Let's make it happen, Captain. Kemi65 is live.
Oh seven, oh seven. I think I'm gonna try out some salvage today. Give it a go, right? Head down to our court for a moment. Beefcake 07. How are you? Good afternoon. Happy Saturday afternoon. Do a little salvage. Scavenger. I know, right? Just 2 eyes, man. 2 eyes today, Scavenger. Good. Awesome, Beefcake. Awesome. That's a good problem to have. That's a damn good problem to have on a Saturday afternoon. Awesome. I am good, man. It's sunny. I'm chilling. I'm able and I'm willing. Oh 07. Oh yeah, oh yeah, because you were talking about the 4090, you had the 127. After you relentlessly oh no, you did no, wait a minute. After you relentlessly bullied me for having a bottleneck GPU, I ordered a 1300 watt PSU and the i9 13900K. Okay, Beefcake, I'm gonna let you have that because you need something. you need something. You need a reason. So, yep, I told you, don't you come back into the cafeteria until you have that freaking 13900K. I'm not gonna I'm gonna let you have that because you wouldn't have any other excuse. Honestly, I've been playing more SC and I feel the lag when I enter a planet. That could be a good excuse, but I like the first one. I'll take the first one. I like the first one better. Oh yeah. Congrats, Beefcake. Congrats. It's night and day, man. It's an experience, I tell you. And I would say are you using Windows 10 or Windows 11? With the 13900K, it fares better with the Windows 11. Yeah, gotcha. Windows 10. Well, the good thing is, oh shite. Yes. Exclamation from across the pond. Yep. I'm running this on in Windows 11. I don't know what that means in that regard, but I'm running the 13900K, and on Windows 11, I'd say that it fares better. But no, if you're getting a good gaming experience, and also there's tips and hints and how you want to run it. Make sure on your card I got some. Come on to my Discord because I got some tips and tricks and stuff, and then I can post directly to you on ways to really have that thing humming. Oh wow, yeah, I'm using Windows, and well, we'll talk about that on Discord because actually the stream that you're watching, it's all Windows 11. It's Windows 11. And look at the frame rates. That's enough to make you hurl right there. That's enough to make you hurl. That'll make you hurl, man. That's a good problem to have right there. Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna talk. So yeah, get into Discord. So I can not right now. I'm gonna stream, but get into Discord because I love helping out and making sure that that money is not wasted. That you or those pounds or those quids are not wasted on you me bullying you. Okay. We got to make it worthwhile, beefcake. No, we're gonna work through that, and I'll give you some. And I'm a stickler for screenshotting things, so that way it makes that way it ensures that hey, I got it. The shillings, yes. Yeah, who's the bully now? See, that was a terrible excuse, man. But yeah, we'll get that going, man. You're gonna love it. It's gonna be just it's basically gonna be basic. What you're seeing here, you're gonna get the same performance. And let me ask you, are you using an SSD? Of course you're using an SSD. It wouldn't. Yeah, you're working on an SSD. Doubloons. Oh, you pirate. Arr. Twix 07. Like the good old days, whatever it was playing. It's getting there, Twix. I think the good old days are coming back next week. Yeah, in it. Yeah, there you go, baby. Oh yeah, beefcake. Oh, that's a sexy machine you got there. That's a sexy machine. Ah. Oh my gosh, she's sexy. Yeah. No hate here. I'm loving on that. But yeah, we got to get you where things are like really, really popping for you. 4 monitors. Oh, you madman. Okay. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, we got to get this. Main one is 4K, 144 hertz. Yep, same here, 144 hertz. But yeah, we're going to get you figured out. And it's going to make you play it even more. That's the crazy thing about it. I got some things on the on my tech channel. Hashtag. Let's see what it says. If you're there. One of the things I want you to do. Tech discussion. I'm going to post in my the settings that you should have for your video card. Oh 07, there he is. Okay, coming your way. It's the settings for your graphics card. You're gonna love this. Okay, there you go. Go ahead and follow that up for your video card, and then also for your video settings, your color. Make sure you select NVIDIA. That's gonna get you started right there. All right, I'm gonna head back to ARCorp. But I hope everyone is having a wonderful afternoon. All is well. And especially hope you all are in good health. Most importantly. I know you, I bet you will. That goes without saying. Not surprised. Oh my gosh, that's gonna be awesome. Yeah, you're gonna love that. Oh, Beefcake, before you do that, make sure you get the newest drivers, and make sure that you go to customize and do a clean install. Do that first and foremost, because a new video driver came out for NVIDIA. Yeah, go ahead and download your new drivers first. and make sure it's a custom or it's under custom and it's a clean install. The 07. And probably we're gonna get some people. Oh, there's bad habits. Oh, snap. 07 bad. And drive safe, sir, and stay focused on the road. We got to get you back in one piece, get you in the game. Why? Because it's those are, you have residual artifacts. Well, let's say, put it this way, you have legacy drivers that tend to stick to your system, and they stack up and stack up and stack up. So always do a clean install when you so that your card is getting the affirmative newest driver. Nothing lingering or anything of that nature. Beefcake, on your SSD, when you do properties, make sure that indexing is off. You never want to use indexing on your SSD. Never, ever, never. Make sure that is unchecked for indexing. Yeah. All right. Get it to our core. My little cutter that could. Oh, that's a good name for it once we get the naming conventions. The little cutter that could. Yes, turn it off. It will kill the life of your SSD. Literally. Turn it off. I say that with confidence in my voice and a certainty there. Cut it off. It's basically it's already a fast, put it this way, it's already a fast drive, right? So you're telling it to work in overdrive. It's doing too much. Basically, you're burning it up, literally. But I don't want to right. Okay, I don't want to come out of my behind and explain something. Hold on. I'm gonna put it in okay, here it is. Did I copy this? Let me see. One statement. Twix is saying, is it the no overdrive? And here's the other caveat to indexing. People who use a lot of who rely on a lot of searching in their computer, they use indexing, but still it's the same adage. If you have indexing on, it will burn it up. It will reduce the lifespan of it. 07 Twigs. Yeah, it's because it's unchecking all those files that's based under a search now. No, it's okay. No, it's all good. You're in the right place, man. You're in the right place. All good. Again, this is what I give credit to CIG for bringing together this community because it's amazing, man. It's amazing. The Star Citizen community is amazing. Now, don't get me wrong, there's drama here and there, but overall, it is amazing, though. No doubt about it. 07. Yeah, well, you're gonna, like I said, it's gonna change. We're gonna get that thing where it's like, whew. And how do you have green HUD colors? Oh, this is Drake. This is it's now here's the other thing with Star Citizen that's cool. The manufacturer has their own style. Like if you, let's say for example, a Ford, a Toyota, a Honda, it has that kind of certain style. BMW versus Mercedes, it has that same iconic stylization. So with each manufacturer, you kind of recognize it. So with that said, that analogy is why the HUD is green because it's Drake. Now, other ships will have their own iconic styles and specific HUDs in that same fashion. And that's another cool thing about Star Citizen. They're going for that realism. Yep. But it's arcadey fun. So it's a blend of realism and simulation and arcadey fun, and they're trying to stay right in the middle, where it's not so like DCS. Much respect to them, but it's like it's not a labor to have fun. Make sure it works with my motherboard, and I think the version is right. Will there be much on my computer I need to do to make sure my new CPU is compatible? Yeah, we'll get into that, and because there'll be some questions I'll have to ask you. And the day is early. It's the weekend. I have time, so we'll hook up in Discord talk and I'll ask those questions and we'll walk through things, and so all good. And there's always Sunday too, but yeah, I know you want to really get on that thing. Oh 07. Okay, the CPU isn't there. Okay, okay, so we'll organize. We'll get that worked out. So, uh, yeah, a Friday, Thursday, or Friday would be good. Friday afternoon, evening. That would be cool. And we make sure that thing is working optimal. What? How much beefcake? How much memory are you working with? PSU is here, but I'm thinking I'll do it all at the same. Yeah, do it all at the same time. It's a bigger project, so I don't have to bugger about it. Exactly, and you focus on that one thing and keep the process a uniform process from start to finish. 32 gig. Okay, gotcha. That's the norm now. You know, I was about to grimace if you said 16 gigs. But knowing for me, my well, previously when I went, you know, my experience with doing with this game and playing it, my last build was 32. This time I went 64 gigs. And that's my max. I mean, I don't see myself going to 128, but I just said, you know, bells and whistles, all these other things I'm doing, I'm gonna go 64. But you're not going wrong with 32. It's more than enough for you. And that's just my opinion. Okay, nice. Yeah. So, well, with that 139K, yeah, your motherboard. Yeah, as long as it's compatible, you're good to go. But yeah, you're in a good place. And some motherboards will be able to do DDR4 as well as 5. I would say, Beefcake, go ahead and play it as it is and see what kind of experience you get, and then go from there. But I feel confident that once you go ahead and utilize that new CPU, you'll be fine. Yeah, yes, 6,000 megahertz. Yeah, that's stout. I'm not quite there at 6,000. I think I'm at 52, 55 or something. But these are seconds, milliseconds of differences, man. It's like, yeah, you have the CPU, you have the GPU. You're gonna enjoy it. You're really gonna enjoy it. It's so freaking dark out here, man. The lighting. I think. Well, here's the thing. They CIG did mention that R Corp is going to get a redux like Lorville. So lighting, making it brighter in spots and areas, will be a must. 07 Real Exodus. It is harsh language here. Be careful. And there he is. 07. We are back. Happy Saturday afternoon. All right. Love this little ship. The Reliant Tana. Okay, got a new ship. Been loving it. Oh wow, that's the fighter. That's the Reliant fighter. Their lore, their history is they are a collaboration with Banu and Earth, and so hence why you have that that rotating of and the mechanics, the rotating mechanics with that ship. If you look at the Xi'an Scout, there was the similarities there. It's a joint venture between humans and Banu. And Tana is the fighting variation of that ship, the Tana. Oh my God, man, what are you talking about? Yes. You have, well, based upon Squadron 42, the Vandal are the big bads. They're like a combination of Alien and Predator if they had a baby. Sort of, right? But then you have You have the Shion. You have the Tavarin. You have the Banu. And then you're going to have other various civilizations out there as well. Yep, the cities definitely need visibility, realistic or not. I understand night is night, but too dark, it's not good gameplay. Yeah, it can break your gameplay, Real Exodus. And especially, they're looking to increase player counts. We got to be able to see all the entities out there, potentially, as well as the NPCs. Yeah. We got to get that right, and I think they realize it. I'm sure they do. Okay, let me call this Vulture up. So what's on everyone's list, so that if they had to say there's one thing that they want to see for CitizenCon, what would it be? Oh wow, it's realistic. Wow. Holy smokes. See, that's where we come in with the conversation of it's simulated, but then we need a little arcade in it to make it fun. But, I think it may fly for a little bit, but literally, if they get these player counts up and people start crashing into each other, the complaints are going to fly. Literally, they're going to fly. Figuratively, literally, they're going to fly. Break Vulture, deliver it. Yeah, and that's where the community comes in, Beefcake. They CIG realizes they try to go with the that new system where you go in to tutorial, but it can only take you but so far. I want in this game is a map on M or on my Moby Glass, so I can actually effing get around the city and know where I am. Yeah. Your HUD is gonna. They're talking about a HUD where you have like a little illuminated maze, or like a little maze structure where it shows where you are in the where you are in the facility or interiors. So yeah, we're getting that. A HUD inside your helmet. Yep, we're gonna get that. It's overdue. And that's part of what they call 4.0. So I would say soonish. All right, I'm gonna call up. Okay, I got a message here. Chief Keys added. '07 Chief. He's out there in the black. '07 Chief. He in the game. He's probably in the game.
Please be aware that while in the Stanton system and on ArcCorp, all UEE common laws are still in effect.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and dress up this salvage ship, this Vulture. Big Vulture, there you are. I'm gonna put on my Day of the Vera color. I paint the ghoulish, my ghoulish green. Okay, bottom dry. That's industrial grade C competition. Okay. Call her up. This is what I want to see. Oh, let's see. Okay. An Iron Man suit. Well, the closest thing to that beefcake would be the UI. Yeah, the pop-up UI. Yep, we're getting that, and as well as if let's say if you're an engineer on a multi-crew ship or capital size, large ship that have components or large enough that you require an engineer. You're going to have that same pop up too to know where your systems are. That's going to direct you where trouble is, things you need to work on in the heat of a battle, and maintenance and repair when things break down. So we can't have that. It can't come soon enough. Period. I'm thinking that's probably one or some of the things that we'll see at CitizenCon. More on the 4.0 aspect of how the game will transform. But yeah, that's cool. Let's see if I can put it in chat. Everyone can see. Yep, there we go. What? WTF? What? This happened to me last night. I'm rubber banding back onto the landing pad. I think that was hangar 3 or 4. Make sure. Yep. 07 Chief. What is going on, Chief? No, I don't. No, I don't. Beefcake, I want another ship, and I'm not gonna say what it is until it comes back on sale. Oh, you don't want to know that, Beefcake. You don't want to know that. You should know that. You should not know that. You don't want to know that. Damn you, man. Damn you. Oh, welcome to the sickness. The infection is contagious. Damn it. Damn it, contagious. Yes, it is, Beefcake. No, is that the... So you're going to get 101 with some 101, salvage 101 here. Oh, 07. Dang, I wanted one of those. Let's try and salvage before. Yes! Get in the game, man. We can crew up. We all can crew up. I think Chief is here, too. I'm in the PTU. Beefcake, PTU. I would say this is coming out in probably next week or so. There was a lot of conversation about that. I don't know about that because PTU is definitely different. It's a different build altogether. It's moving beyond past persistent entity streaming 318. So it's a major difference between 318 and 320. Yep, in here gonna dead log and join your server. Oh 07. Oh damn. Damaged goods, man. There we go. But you know what? The new feature I like with 320, one of the it's like the little things that matter with this game, the details. It does matter. I love the when you set your ship to cruise control, just like a regular car, or some people say just like a regular aircraft. When you set autopilot, it does its own thing. But the moment you touch the thrusters or move forward or backwards, it automatically turns off. I love that about that feature right there is a godsend, because there's instances where I'm using the cruise control and I don't automatically turn it off when I have to do a maneuver or something, which will cut down a lot on crashing. Yeah, it's salvage was one of the careers when it came online. It took the game by storm. Am I allowed to suicide bomb people leaving hangars legally? I wouldn't do it. Asking for a friend. No, I would not do that. Especially around the hangars. Don't do that around the hangars. That catches CIG's attention in the worst way, because it's what you would call the adage called pad ramming, or that's why they went and made changes to where it used to be where we would land on pads, open pads, and people would just take their other ship and just kamikaze them, suicide them right there on the pad. That's been a big issue. So something similar to that, I said no, I would have refrained from it. Oh, you better not burn it. Don't burn it. Yeah, that's called pad ramming in essence, and they're hard on that. They could suspend you for a bit. All right. So let's find a location just to go to and get out of Atmo and start looking. Pappy Boyington 07. What is he saying? What is Pappy Boyington saying? Now, where's Kimmy so I can wait, that's stream sniping also. But you know, it's an eye opener realizing that, you know, CIG, that people stream it and they, you know, get sniped or whatever, and they report that and it's got CIG's attention. That's wild, man. It's I would say I think we need master modes like sooner than later. So there's damage that will be distributed across both ships or multiple ships when actions like that happen. So that way it makes it kind of dictates to people that they need to play a little smarter. Will it stop it? Will it be the total solution? No, but the consequences will be there'll be a trade-off in damages between the two ships. So that's more than you can hope for. And then when they have like the economy system where, you know, components and things that nature wear out, and you have the supply and demand, you're not always going to be able to access or get the best components each and every time. So I would say no. If someone complains and it's legitimate, it's a legitimate complaint, then you don't need that kind of hassle. I mean, you know, whoever that person is asking, they don't need that hassle. I wouldn't do it. Yes, the house the priority. The food, you can get more. But no, it's a nah for the bombing for sure. Because someone could be upset to the extent that they would reach out to CIG and get information and have it recorded, and they can investigate and they could get warnings or not. I would say banned. I don't know, but have their you're getting the timeout or you get a warning, right? It's not worth it, and you get on that naughty list. Not worth it. All right, so I'm searching, man. I'm out here searching. That's in salvage mode. Yeah, that too. You get a crime stat as well. Okay, there's my thruster. It's working. All right, let's see here. I'm gonna start pinging out and see if I see any debris. Okay, 11.5 kilometers out. Got something. 9,000 meters out. That's closer. Ah, okay. No suicide bombing for me. Had enough of those oxygen things. Oh, there we go. Something. There's debris. This stuff is worth a lot. Got a lot of value in it. The, scraps of panels, ship panels, outer surfaces. There we go. Okay. All right.
Let's make it happen, Captain.
Time for some hull scraping now. Let me turn on some lights. Okay. Oh, they did say they're gonna go back and rebalance and make fixes on the lights. Now, see, I don't know, Beefcake, have you done salvage yet? Do you know the gameplay on it? If not, I'm gonna walk you through it a little bit briefly here. You'll see the two cyan colored circles. Okay, my systems, the UI is reading this panel, and what it's basically saying, those two circles indicate that that's material that's valid. You'll see valid there. That means I want to scrape this. So now I'm going to activate it, a hull scraping, and I have a lever where you see where it goes horizontally. But see, as you see how it becomes a donut and the hole gets bigger yeah, burn shit, suck it up. And get some poor sod to sit in the cargo area and move boxes. Okay, you know it. Yep. You know this. 07. Then I have bindings on the cinch method or the abrade method. and then I can go gimbal where I can stay stationary, and I just move my right stick, and I can aim and direct. Pull it in. But yeah, BK, I'll be that poor sod as well. I have that hustle, hustle and go down there, down in the cellar, and move crates. Oh seven, Chief. But it seems salvage working pretty nicely. So far, so good. This just gets me excited for the opposite career move, industrial career, which is repair. How are they gonna do the opposite? Is like you know, replace the surface, take out the damage, maybe cut sections out that are damaged and replace that, frame fit it. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. That's one thing I would like to see at CitizenCon, the next tier of ships that serve purpose in the game. There he is, Chief Keys, showing up in a 890. Is that salvage? No, I'm kidding, man. Oh my gosh. And see, I can open the back hatch just like that. I have my key bindings, so there it is. And so when I go downstairs, or if Chief is loading, unloading, you'll be able to see. You'll have access to the ship as well. Let's see if he's I don't know, for some reason 890 jump is a huge ship, right? It's a big ship. It's a capital size ship. But for some reason I do not the sense of scale is not translated like the Reclaimer or another or the Idris. It's really strange how it, but yet it is really truly a large ship. You go and walk through the interiors, you're like, holy gosh, man, this is crazy. I would get lost in this thing. But the 890 jump, in order for it to be fully realized, it needs, okay, the filler station is ejecting. Yeah, there's a little red light. See, it's ejecting out there, out the back. There it is. Oh, and I gotta watch my distance too. It was in red. I'm 23 meters. You want to be 24 meters. 150 is the furthest away you want to be in order to pick up material. But yeah, you don't want to get too close or you'll bump into your panels or your scrap. Yeah, it is. It looks like a space tub, but it's basically it's the love boat for space. Basically. There's Chief. Do we see him out there? Like his hangar bay is coming. Okay. Open the hangar. There he is. Yeah, I hit the G button and took it off of gimbal. So I have mobility while I work the scraper lasers. If there be a ship repaired, does that mean I can break part of my ship without the whole thing exploding? That is correct. Yep, that is correct. That's kind of what you're saying, Beefcake, is what they're working towards. They call that physicalized surfaces, but it also provides aerodynamics and atmosphere as well. And then it gives more realistic damage, and that damage is translated to how the ship performs, as well as how protected is that ship. One of the early concepts of the Crucible slash, and the other ship is the Vulcan that does repairs. Mainly it was with the Crucible. They said basically you can tear down your existing ship and basically make the hull or make the material a little stronger than what the manufacturer has provided you off the showroom floor. Now that's a concept from a while ago, years ago. That could have changed, and they have the right to change that. So I can't hold them to that early concept because we don't have that in game yet. So it's something that we don't know if it's in production, but once it goes in production, they're gonna redefine or definitively tell us, hey, this is what's going on with it. This is how it performs. So you'll have to throw out the window all the old concepts of it. You'll never see it coming. I'm in general. '07 Chief, your mic is muted. Yeah, his mic is muted. He just has to unmute it. His mic. He's in the Discord. He's like, wait a minute, I'm muted? Yeah, you're muted, Chief. You have to change permission. Oh, okay. Let's see. '07 Chief. Should be, I changed the permission. Yeah, it says you're off of mute. See if you can unmute yourself. Mute it. Okay. Right. You can just drop into Discord, Beefcake, if you're. One
It's
second.
push to talk to let you know. So
Oh, it's push to talk. Oh, let me change that. Okay. Okay. See where. Okay, there he is. Okay, it's under use voice activity. Okay. You should be able to talk freely, Chief, without having to push the talk. Copy. I heard him say copy. Is it working? And
testing, testing.
testing, testing.
All right, good deal.
Oh, good deal. Got it. And I think I'll send you an invite. Okay, I sent it to you through Twitch Whisper. Beefcake.
Be sure to refresh if you don't see it.
Yep. Oh 07. It took me a minute, right?
Oh, ain't no thing. You did some channel changes and
Oh my goodness.
clicked
Oh,
a few buttons too many.
oh my
But you
God.
know, it happens.
Right? Hey, it's a Saturday. uh, I sent you an invite, Beefcake. You can drop in and I'll pull you into you want to talk. Oh, there he is. There he is. Oh 07, sir.
Oh, sitting.
Okay, it shows muted, but he should be there. Yeah. Okay. We can hear. We'll be able to hear
Yeah,
him.
that's on his end.
Yep.
We're good now.
Awesome.
Hello.
There he is. Oh 07.
How's it going, man?
Oh,
How's
it's
it going?
going. Look at that. The dude's got the chops. Listen to him. Oh 07, sir.
07, man.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm alright. Hold on, I'm just trying to sort out these 3D settings now.
Okay. You're on that the graphic settings. Okay, cool. Awesome.
Yeah, I just finished with the bloody turning off whatever that was.
Nice. So how's everybody this afternoon?
I'm doing all right.
Awesome.
Another weekend.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh man, we're almost 4 weeks away, another month, and it's CitizenCon Day, whatever. CitizenCon days too. 48 hours.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
It'll be interesting. I certainly hope they come
Correct.
with a foot, you know what I'm saying?
Oh boy, bring the thunder.
Give me
They
2 seconds.
better
my
have
shit- my shit might drop out. I'm just installing the thing.
Oh 07, sir. Copy that, Chief. They know. I think with 318, it started and ended with 318, and I think we had conversations about how we saw the branch when they went from 318 to 319 and .1 319. When they would tell us to clear the cache folder, the shader folders, it was still on 318 branch.
Right.
It's a hangover, man.
Correct.
A bad hangover.
That Pez was one hell of a horse to wrangle.
Team.
You talk about a wild Mustang, but
Fucking Bronco. Yeah. It truly it was. Truly it was. But again, it gave us persistence locally, because now with that new Inside Star Citizen, now they can localize persistence. And the proof in the pudding was the direction that they were headed into with the hangars. Chanticrow, he lamented about it. He was like, I don't like this because now they're localizing our inventory. They're putting limits on it. But at the same time, we now
Well,
have
that was always the direction. I mean,
Mhm.
and I guess that's probably part of the problem with open development, is that you get used to the current way things are, I guess the workaround per se, and then when the final design is implemented, it's a whole different ball game and everybody's upset. But if you were paying attention when they just give out the information on the design brief, it's always was intended to be extremely tactile, and that global inventory was not going to be a forever thing.
Well, the thing is, the part about the inventory, a lot of us wasn't. Well, I take that back. I'm not gonna say a lot of us. Some people didn't really care for it. The current state of inventory. So why not change it?
Exactly. It needed to change, but it just makes things. You really have to be prepared and
Yep.
organize your items where you want them to be. So obviously persistent hangers will help with that, but it'll be interesting what the cap will be on how many items you can have, because you're going to be able to buy stuff in the cash shop endlessly. So there has to be some sort of mechanism to make room for the new stuff that you acquire.
Yeah. And how does Pez treat that? And there's going to be limitations to that.
Right.
I don't know if there's going to be a paywall behind that, because they did allude to the fact that we can have multiples of those locations, right? They say customizable. So here comes marketing. Here comes marketing.
You know it.
Yeah.
And I guess that's why they got rid of those hangars that you could go into, like I think it was called aerial, and then some industrial hangar.
Oh yeah.
So they'll probably make, um, back before I think was three. Well, actually,
Revel
they were available during 3.0,
Revel in York.
but they got rid of them.
Remember,
Yes, yes.
but remember though, Chief, when Chad McKinney said they're going to be customizable. Well, no, the guy in the black
Right.
shirt, he said that it's going to be customizable.
Yeah.
What you just said made me think about that, and I said, oh my God, they're bringing it back. Now you're going to have those style guides for the different hangars, potentially,
Correct.
potentially.
Right.
Oh, you downstairs, Chief?
I'm doing your cargo. Once
Chop,
we
chop.
get full, we'll unload it on the chop it up. Getting we'll get her unloaded on the 890 once you
Yes,
once you're
sir.
full.
Yes, sir. But again, I go back to what you were saying earlier. Damn it, that bug again. It's working. It goes back to, and this is me. What you said something that was really key, and it was really important, and I put myself in the line of fire, because this could be a lot of other people as well. But I would take what they talked about years ago, the early concepts of things, and I would keep a receipt on it and use that as a
Right.
means to kind of say, okay, I have an understanding of what they're doing. And I would talk about it, debate about it. I would use that again as a means to say, hey, look, this is what they're doing. I think I kind of matured a little bit in the sense of what they're trying to do and the direction that you give them the freedom. Okay, it's fine. They can talk about it, but you're going to set yourself up for a world of hurt if you hold on to one thing that they said and kind of like be sort of a prosecuting attorney, and if I'm going to use that analogy, as evidence against them.
Right.
Oh, you were here on February the 3rd of this day of this activity, and you said this, and you were doing that.
Right.
In other words, just keeping a snapshot or an old photograph as evidence to say you do this or you're out. We can't do that. We can't do that.
Yeah, but you can't. You have to have you know some leeway when it comes to design changes. Now, if it's based off of technical challenges where they can't do the full vision, that's fine. But if it's merely just, oh well, we're not going to do it because we don't want to now, I think that's lacking in explanation. And,
Right.
and most people are going to accept that. Be it as it may, they like you said, they can go any direction they want to. It doesn't matter how we feel. At the end of the day, we're just along for the journey.
Yes, true. And if they get it similarly close, that's a win. Case in point,
Right.
perfect example, R-Corp. When they had the concept, they did the video. It was a Citizen Con where Glenn, I said this the other day, Glenn got into that Aurora and flew out to the space station. He turned around and we were looking at R-Corp. And do you know, to that point, people were upset with them because visually it looked different compared to the actual R-Corp today. People were upset. And I said to myself, is it or is it not R-Corp? It's still R-Corp.
Well, I mean, I have some sympathy for the original vision of ArcCorp, or the, I guess you could say, design palette. But I think some of that was limited due to technical capability. You know,
Correct.
whether
Correct.
whether or not we can go back to, I guess, to that particular texture, it is they could, but they've already made strides in the planetary tech, so there's things that are incompatible to what was displayed during that citizen con. And again, they should have never faked it in the first place. I think
Oh
that was
wow.
the main gripe.
Yeah.
Was
Yeah.
that
It was fake.
it was faked. It wasn't the actual final product.
Mm-hmm.
So they kind of, a little misleading. They didn't
Yeah.
necessarily lie. It was just,
They didn't communicate it thoroughly.
Right.
They didn't clearly they didn't state like this is a concept subject due to change. That's something they need to learn from. This is
Correct.
concept only, or this is a visual representation. But then they didn't want people to have a bad taste about it, when they delivered it. They want you to assume that, hey, this is the vision. This is what we're going to. I think internally there's a communication gap. When you're talking about projecting and selling a product, you have to put a disclaimer on it because it's a business. Now it's truly a business. You got to
Right.
walk that fine line between the two. But at the end of the day, you go down to near the surface of ArcCorp and you fly around. It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
But yet it's different when you look at it globally from orbit. It's definitely
Yes.
different.
The detail is much more like vivid on the faked version than it is the new version.
There you
But
go, Chief. Good point.
again, keep in mind, they haven't done a new pass on ArcCorp for like 3 years now.
Oh, you
So
stole my thunder. There you
they-
go, Chief. Roll with it, baby. Roll with it. You stole my thunder, but go with it, man. You got it. You got it.
So they're gonna come back around and touch things up to bring it up to speed when it comes to whatever textures they have,
Yeah.
new textures they have available.
And I'll segue you. Yeah, go ahead.
And then, but this also ties into the whole discussion of how the Banu Merchantman was supposed to look at, because it was more jagged and more, I guess, pointy edges on it.
Yes.
And it, looks more closer to the Banu Defender now. which
Correct.
I guess if you weren't paying attention when John was talking about, he said that the way they get to the capital class is they start with the small ships and basically get a template, and then they build off of the smaller ones to expand into the capital class vessels. But you've got to have that initial design palette in place first before you go to the bigger vessels, and that's where they got a lot of their design influences was from the Banu Merchant.
The style guide.
The Banu Defender. Correct.
And back to segue what you were mentioning about ArcCorp, I wouldn't hold my water on that, that thing that happened with the ArcCorp, especially when you see what they've done with, fast forward, what they've done with Lorville. Look at it now
Right.
in comparison. And like you said, to your point, we're getting a second pass for ArcCorp, but not just that, we're getting the interiors as well. So where is that case in point in that argument where, do you hold on to that, or do you kind of let that go, or do you use that as a learning moment going forward to say, we'll see where they are once it's done and see where it exists and how it affects your gameplay. And if you can work with it, that's fine. If you can't, if it's broken, stay tuned. They're going to try to work it out and fix it. But that kind of argument about ArcCorp, understood. But at the end of the day, we're about to get another pass on ArcCorp. And now with the advent of them utilizing server meshing to capture more resources and to localize those resources, we may get something totally better than the concept, potentially speaking, because of the resource allocation coming back to the different places. 07 Black Intellect, happy Saturday. How you doing, sir? Wait, shit. I should be getting the KF and not the K, right? I don't need the Intel GPU. You that comes with the video driver on it. The K is
what they call what's it, the integrated graphics.
yes. Yep, the graphics, the onboard
Is
graphics. Yeah.
Yes, right.
Yeah. That's like the whole kit and caboodle. If you have a if you have an error that you can't come back from, or if there's something going on with your graphics card that's connected and you want to find out or diagnose some things, you can connect to that video slot and get video footage of what's going on internally with your card if something happens. That's all. That's all it's worth.
Yeah. And you're talking about a 20, not even that, maybe like a $10 difference.
Right.
It's not that big of a difference when
No.
it comes to the two chips.
Yeah, the K and
So
the
I
F.
would just go with I would go with the integrated to have that backup just in case, your graphics card goes out and you could still check your
Diagnose.
emails or whatever.
Yep. Get your emails. Get on the website. God forbid if like Chief said, if your graphics card fail, you can at least know that it's the graphics card. But if it fails, you won't know until you put another card in, and then you're like, oh shit, it's the video card. My thoughts on them making changes from concept to implementation is when you know better, do better. Yeah, there you go, Black Intellect. And again, they're learning, right?
Absolutely.
And this won't be the last time that they fall over and skin their knees and they have to get back up. I think, we encourage them and we tell them, we be upfront with them, hey, you guys can do better than this. If I was salty, say call their ass out. Just right there, call them out.
You gotta keep their feet to the fire.
Keep the feet to the fire.
But again, when you call somebody out, have a level of respect.
That's true.
For that individual.
07. Yep.
So that they can truly take in your words and learn from them
Mm-hmm.
outside of, because if you make it personal, people just out in one ear and out the other.
They're gonna go into a silo. They're gonna go into a silo, and heads are gonna go down. They're not gonna look up. They're not gonna hear you anymore because you made it personal. Why? The whole intent was to create something special. Is it easy? No, it's not easy. We see that. As 3.0 showed us, it wasn't easy. Server-side object container streaming. And then things go dark when it gets difficult with CIG. It's not out of just saying, well, forget about it, or I don't want to talk to you. It's just heads are down and figuring out the issue. We have to understand that. But when we're berating them with, oh, you guys know better, get it right. But just say it one time and get it off your chest so that it's conveyed, right? But some of us will just keep using that as a rally point to say, hey, it's a scam. This is what they're doing. And then it's like, wow.
Yeah,
if it was easy.
The whole scam, the whole
That's
scam
the-
argument is, been debated a trillion times, but at the end of the day, they're still producing content, and
Yeah.
it is correct that that content is only ships at the time, for right now, but we will soon, expand upon that as we have seen the major changes when it comes to the PU live team. I am more assured by Turbulent coming in and helping Todd and his team get
Yes,
things where they
he's
need
got
to be
help.
as far as it goes, for the PU.
Yeah.
So it was a long-awaited decision that needed to be made 2 years ago.
Yeah,
But
yeah. They need to do that.
I guess, so, but I guess at that time they were still, feeling out the situation and had other folks, claiming that they could get things done. And then when that fell through, CIG
Yeah.
made the acquisition of Turbulent
Yeah,
to make things better.
yeah. And unfortunately, CR has to take the blow on that because he's the head of the whole thing. But at the same time, this may sound crazy, but you got to give him credit for allowing his team to thoroughly try and try hard as they could, right? To the extent that he gave them all the leeway. And I want to say, gave them enough rope to hang themselves. I just said that, but no, in the instance of let them, work it out and figure it out. And when it came to, them coming up with a backup plan, Turbulent was it. And I think over the course of time, they showed on a consistent basis what they were able to deliver. And I think the one thing that hastened the decision for them to say, okay, we need to consolidate with them, because they had Fire Sprite was a part of a team that they had commissioned to help them with the Arena Commander and then update the Arena Commander on the background, the visuals, the environments. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Sony swooped in and says, acquisition, it's mine. And CIG was
Here's
blindsided. Say again, Chief.
Come on and get on. That's what Sony said. They said, here's $1 billion. Come on board.
Blindsided.
With that 890.
Blindsided. They were blindsided. You have to know that they were blindsided.
Sure.
And
absolutely.
Woo,
that shook them a lot.
scared them.
They bought Turbo.
Yeah. So they say, wait a minute. We already have a good relationship here with 07 to Benoit Beausejour. It took me a while to get that name, but we know who he is. Benoit Beausejour.
Absolutely.
And CIG said, oh yeah, the board, whatever that meeting was, we need to go ahead and make this acquisition and offer them whatever they need to go ahead and merge these two entities, because we can't afford to let them slip and someone else, God forbid, a Microsoft come in and do them dirty.
Yeah.
This project would have been in trouble.
They could have, if Microsoft came in and scooped them up, I think Starfield would be much different than what it is today.
Ooh, what could have happened, or what if?
But they were on their toes and were able to get Turbulent before the acquisition from
Yes.
Sony and other studios.
Yes. And what came of that? The North Atlantic Persistent Universe, NAPU, North America.
Mm-hmm.
That's the combination of Turbulent, which is in Canada, and some of the entities, L.A., Austin, you name it.
Correct.
The Super Team, Dream Team.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
That made me feel good.
I give them. I certainly hope the cargo changes.
Oh my God!
It seemed like they're not too far off.
No,
they made it appear that we were going to get maybe that at the end of the year or maybe first quarter of next year.
Yeah,
but it could be a 321 update.
Yeah, but if not, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with Chad McKinney.
Yeah.
When I saw Chad McKinney, I said, "Oh God, yes, it's Chad McKinney." I feel good. Whatever he's talking about, rest assured, he is going to give you straight, no chaser to it. He's going to give it to you straight, man.
Chad was the guy that said that iCache didn't work, and they had to come up with the PEZ.
Mm-hmm. Well, that was in the chairman's letter, right? But yeah, it could have. It very well could have been Chad.
It was in one of those Star Citizen presentations.
Okay.
And he laid it out. Said, "Hey,
yep,
it don't work, but we have a solution."
Yeah.
And PEZ is it.
And I cannot. It was just like yesterday that when he started talking, when he had that one soliloquy, or just that long running presentation about the prerequisites and what they needed to do with getting server meshing going, and he did not mince words. He was right to the letter. He said it's going to take a Herculean effort to get the code cleaned up. It has to be, in order for this to work. He kept it straight, and I had the pleasure of meeting him, and what you see is what you get with this guy.
Nice.
Same guy. Same guy. Very capable in what he's
You
doing.
know, I've always had faith in Chad and
Yeah.
Todd and all the rest
Yep.
of them. They have talent. It's just a matter of deploying that talent efficiently.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, don't Beefcake, you've already put into they're telling them to get a Ryzen CPU, a new motherboard and a Ryzen CPU. It's one in 1A. Go ahead, Chief.
It really depends on your,
Hello?
I
There
guess,
you go.
budget.
Rich,
Yeah,
there you go.
they're telling me I should be getting let me find out what it was, hold on.
Mhm.
I think it was 7800X 3D or something they were telling
Yeah.
me to get instead.
Well,
Yeah,
it's some
that's the
yeah.
Currently the fastest chip right
Yeah.
now.
For instruction sets.
Intel will try to say that they're faster, but the problem with Intel, they run hot, and if you don't have water cooling, then yeah, I wouldn't go with that.
Yeah.
But at the same time,
Well, they're
You have
telling
to
me that
keep in mind-
the board I'm currently using, I think it's the VRM or something. It's not high, it's not good enough.
Oh wow. For the Intel chip?
Yeah, for the 3900K.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
well,
you
might as well
can't
just
go
with
wrong.
the
Yeah, you can't.
M5 then.
Yeah. And one thing about I'm you would probably say I'm an Intel fanboy. I think with me, if I get my mindset is I get Intel, everything is going to be compatible with it, right? But I give credit where credit is due. The CEO of AMD, she has come a long way with getting them back on track and making them more than just competitive. They have their chips are really good with multitasking as well as instructions per second. And then I did see on their what's that website, Chief, where you go and see where your CPU is doing compared to other people and how yours is running with Star Citizen. AMD has the highest marks.
Yes, AMD is because there's a lot of multi-threading in Star Citizen, and in future games will take advantage of that
Yeah.
technique.
And they are going to Vulkan. Now, you want to ask yourself the question, who runs better on Vulkan? AMD or
AMD.
Intel? Okay.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't. More or less, when it comes to Vulkan, it'll probably be more GPU dependent rather than CPU, if they code it that way.
Yeah. And so it's moot for Rich because he has Nvidia, so but yeah.
Yeah, so you won't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
And it runs real good on NVIDIA.
Yeah. AMD
Yeah,
is
the guys.
yeah.
That's alright. I just sent you both a link. He said that I can get all three of these, and I'd have to change my motherboard, but I can get all three of those, so basically the same price as I'd be paying for the 13900K.
Oh wow. That's called savings, my man.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. You know, a bit more work on
Yeah.
my end, but might be worth it.
Yeah. And if you're dedicated to playing this thing the best light and you're mainly this is your game, I would not be mad at you for going for it.
That's a
Right.
good deal right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. This is so much better. It's literally the same price as that CPU, and I get new DDR5 RAM with it.
There you go. See, I think when we talked about DDR4 and DDR5, that was the tipping point right there.
Yeah.
And if you're gonna do it, if you're gonna
thing
save
for me.
it, Rich, pay the extra money to go 64 gigs, please.
Do I
He's
need it?
got 32.
Yeah.
I mean,
Why do I need 64 gigs of RAM?
I mean, I'm just saying, man. It's just.
Is there genuinely a difference? Like,
I have 32. I'm
Yeah.
doing fine.
Okay.
I get about 70 frames
Yeah.
at 1440p with
Yeah.
a 3080 Ti. So, and mine's a 5800
Oh, nice.
3D.
Nice.
So I'm still on AM4. So
Okay.
you're definitely gonna get a performance boost with that 7800.
I've got the
Yeah.
4090 as well, so.
And he's rocking the
Oh.
4090. Oh yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, let's go, baby. Let's freaking go.
Are you good to go?
Push the order, sir.
man.
Push the order. But yeah, me, that's just my opinion, Chief. I'm using 64 gigs right now, and I'm loving it. Now, I can't. If
Well,
he
you-
decides on 32, you can't go wrong. Can't go wrong.
Well, yeah, it's just a matter of how much you do in the background while you're gaming. If you're just gaming, 32 is just good enough. Now, Star Citizen, they do recommend like 24 gigs, but you've got more than that. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got 4 monitors and I'm always doing one thing at least on each. So
So would the 64 gig help? That's a question.
Maybe.
That's a
I
question.
don't know if I'm ever actually hitting 32 though.
If you're multitasking, and are you running
Yeah,
things?
keep
Are you running other Microsoft products like Excel? Things of that nature.
Not really,
Spreadsheets. No. Okay.
Sometimes, not often.
So it's up to you.
You could start out with 32.
Yeah.
It depends.
Yeah,
I would
fuck it,
assume
man.
it's going to be
If
another
I'm-
$100.
Yeah, if I'm spending 600 quid, I
For,
might as well spend 700. You know.
Yeah. 07
Anyway,
Admiral.
Still a good deal.
Yeah.
Still a good deal.
That's a good deal. Yeah. Either way, you're gonna be happy, man. And the fact of the matter is, you can get everything complete and done, and that's a great decision right there. That's a great decision.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
I've already got the new power supply anyway, so it'll be alright.
Very nice.
Yep. Yeah,
Oh,
that
yeah.
30, not 30, but that 4090. Woo, that is high.
It's king, baby.
She sucks a lot of power.
It's the
Oh,
king. Yeah. But if you can beef up, well, you're gonna have a very beefy power supply, so you're gonna be doing fine. I'm using
Yeah, I can send
the
you both a link to that.
yeah, I'm using Thermaltech. My case is Thermaltech, so I wanted to make sure that whatever I was using, there was gonna be no drain of power. It's gonna drink energy. Okay. Oh, I see it. MSI.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Oh yeah, that's beautiful
Perfect.
right there.
1300
Yeah,
watts.
baby.
That's more than enough.
That's more than enough.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah,
Fuck it, dude. I'm building
I'm
a
so
nasty
happy for
computer.
you, dude.
It's always feels good to build a PC.
It is, man. And
Oh, no. I don't know, man. Last time I upgraded, I can't remember what I upgraded. It was my CPU. I had a Ryzen one. And it bricked my old motherboard. It just
Ooh.
destroyed the RAM channels on it. Yeah, so I bought this new CPU. I should have been that I would just swap it out, and when I put it in, it just bricked my motherboard. So
Oh my gosh. Well, not this
Yeah, I don't know.
time.
yeah, hopefully not. Oh,
Yeah,
fuck, it's gonna be a
they've
big
gotten
job.
pretty good at flashing those motherboards with the latest
Yep.
BIOS.
Yeah, that's what you got to do for sure, Rich. As soon as you get it, go ahead and get your. Oh, while you're at it, I don't know if you have one laying around, have a jump drive. If you have one of these laying around. If you don't have one, get one. Just saying, a USB jump drive. So when you
Right,
flash your
Gotta have
motherboard,
it for Windows.
yeah, for Windows and his motherboard, because there's probably what you can do for your homework, Rich, is go online and see the motherboard that you're getting. Go on their website and look for any updates to the motherboard, and just go ahead and download it and put it on your jump drive and have it ready.
Right.
Yep.
Can I literally just do? When you say jump drive, you mean I just use that on any USB, right?
No, this right here. You see
Yeah,
the
flash
it's-
drive.
you see the flash
Yeah,
We're talking
drive?
about
Yeah, that's what I mean. Sorry, flash
Yeah.
a
drive.
flash.
Yes,
drive,
sir. Yep.
Yeah.
Right, I'm with you.
Oh, 07.
Oh, my bank's not going to be happy there.
Hey, but your heart, your soul.
You'll bring it back up.
Hey, dude, the dopamine will be flowing. That's all. I
That's
need.
it. The hopium and copium will be flying
That's
high.
right, dude, that's right.
Yep. Yeah, we're gonna be here. We're gonna be here on this channel. We're gonna all be we're gonna be streaming, watching CitizenCon for that 2-day event, and just commenting and just interjecting on what's coming. So we're gonna be basically having a watch party, hanging out.
Right.
So welcome, Chief. The filler station is obstructed.
It's clear for me. It must be the server.
Oh damn, desync. Yep.
I'll hit the button.
Just one thing quickly.
Oh,
if I'm
sorry.
getting 64 gigs, am I better off getting 4 16s or 2 32s?
232s, less channels.
that?
Yeah,
Right. Okay.
yeah, because you don't want it to seek all 4 channels. Just seek those 2 channels, so it's a quick response back.
Right. I get you. I get you.
Yeah. Yep.
07.
Yeah, they
Right.
what's his name? Gamers Nexus did a whole video on it. if
Oh,
you
he
want
did?
More information.
Oh, very nice.
It is better to have a large amount of RAM on 2 channels rather than 4.
Yes. 07. Thanks for that, Chief, backing me up there.
Oh, no problem.
But we're close to a major change to this game and how it's going to be played.
Oh, Admiral, you don't remember? Chris said it. He said you got 24 gigs is where you need to be, but they never put that on the website. You're right.
Yeah.
Admiral.
Yeah, Admiral's on it,
So-
man.
Yeah, because I'm using right about 24 right now.
A 24, Chief, you're
100.
using?
Yeah.
Very nice.
And then Windows is using another 13.
Ah, gotcha.
I haven't created a custom OS where you can debloat Windows 11. And
Oh.
apparently Windows 12 is coming out, so I'm not going to mess with it until Windows 12 comes out.
Right. I'm using Windows 11 now, Chief. And here's the thing. This goes to you too, Rich. When you go ahead and add everything new, go ahead and do a fresh install, a total cleanup. I mean, fresh install for your whole system. Period.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know it's a pain in the butt. Or like, as you would say, I know it's a pain in the bum, but go ahead and
Pain in
do
the
it.
bottom, man. Come on.
Yeah, say again.
Pain in the bottom.
Yeah, pain in the bottom. Go ahead and do it.
Okay.
You don't want any incompatible issues going on from anything that's legacy from your other piece of hardware.
Right. Yeah, I keep all my games backed up on secondary drives, and that C drive gets wiped pretty much
Yeah.
6 months, every 6 months.
Yeah, I mean.
There you go.
So am I right to just move most of my all the shit I actually care about to one drive and then just keep one of my others as a boot drive?
Yes. And what I utilize is I have 2 external drives. I have a Western Digital and I have a Seagate, 2 externals. And so like files that I want to keep, things that I save, I throw them out there. And whenever I want to revisit or bring them over, install or whatever, I'll access those external drives for that purpose only. But like Chief said, it's always good maintenance. I have a maintenance schedule just to, from time to time, get rid of old registry keys and things of that nature, and do a cleaning of your system so it's running optimal.
Yeah, I get you. Fuck, I'm just thinking if there's anything I need to move over.
Yeah. You got time
Yeah, yeah.
from here
Well,
to
you just have
Thursday.
to go through stuff. And then,
Yeah.
you know how Microsoft is. They tend to save all that stuff on the OneDrive
Yeah,
if
exactly.
you have a Microsoft account.
Yeah, and that's another thing. I don't add a lot of that bloat from Microsoft. They are, oh my God, that as an operating system, they are hoarders. I remove all that
Yeah.
unnecessary stuff.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they be trying to put Instagram and
Oh
all this
my
other shit. I said, come
God.
on, bro.
Nah,
Yep.
fuck that.
I don't even use that. The only
Exactly.
social media I have is Twitch and YouTube. That's it.
Yeah.
All that other stuff. I left Facebook a long time
Holy.
ago because there were
Oh
too
no.
many people that I wasn't trying to talk to anymore.
Too
trying
toxic,
to
man.
find me.
Too damn toxic.
You know what I'm saying?
Whew.
So I was like, let me delete this.
Not
Too many
healthy.
people looking for me.
Yeah. I think once that thing, way back when I heard about, the old story of, and I'm sure it's true, a person or people went on vacation and found out, realized they put it on Facebook. They came back home to an empty house,
Yep.
and because they put it on Facebook. He said, "Wait a
They
minute,
went on
but my
vacation.
friends, yeah, yep." But see, your friends of the friends of the friends of those friends who have friends are not your friends.
Yep. Exactly.
Jesus.
You don't know who you don't know.
Whew. And people were watching them, and they saw that post. Oh, they're going to be out for the week or two. Oh, ample time. What the hell?
And there are some nefarious individuals
Yes.
on the
Opportunists. Opportunists.
internet. Yeah, very ambitious.
But, the rumorville is for CitizenCon. I don't know what day it's going to be. I guess I would say the Sunday would be a Squadron 42 day or presentation. I don't know. Or maybe we might get a little bit of both on each day. I don't know. They might divide it out, PU and Squadron 42. But I think for the people who kind of bought into the game and they don't know what Squadron 42 is, this will be a great time for them to understand what's been going on and why, to some extent, why things were held up because of the priorities that were Squadron 42. The mandate was, hey, we're gonna focus on Squadron 42, get that finished, then we'll double back, come back to the persistent universe and build that out totally. Well, not totally, but further.
Right.
But it'll be good to see the new visuals if that's going to be the case. Yeah.
I just hope that it's not lackluster. You
I
gonna
know.
spend 2 days
Oh my
just
gosh.
for a bunch of jibber jabber
Mm.
is not gonna go well.
No, it's not.
My hopes are that we'll hear from Tony
Mm.
that Squadron 42 is maybe a year out. Also, server meshing is functional at that event and is in PTU by the end of the event.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have engineering come online for like the
Relay system.
Hammerhead and
Yeah. Yep.
other large ships.
What was that? Rich Towler. He's kind of stated that the relay systems, they have it for a number of ships. It's just a matter of what they're going to choose to add into the 4.0 as a first take on that engineering system, relay system, the components and things working in the game. That's the next level right there. You're basically functioning like Star Trek, something out of Star Trek, where each person have their stations, and you're all working together and functioning as one ship. And that's going to be next level. And the fact of the matter is, they're going to put it into Arena Command to kind of get you acquainted to how things work before actually putting you out there in the open PU and getting yourself hurt, killed, and then having to pay the penalty for that. I think that the Arena Commander, the way they kind of revisited how it should be played, what it should, and how it should be used, I think that was a long time coming, and I think it's going to be a more welcome sandbox for people to test their mettle and kind of train themselves, especially with the capital ship stuff and the multi-crew stuff.
Indeed.
And I'm definitely looking forward to that, because then you're opening the door for people to, the players who want combat, PvP, and make themselves better. You'll have all kinds of situations and layers of combat, whether it's a group of single pilot or single seated ships against one capital ship, or a capital ship versus capital ship. I mean, those layers and those combinations will be endless because people will have those tools and utilize them and make up their own content. It just goes on and on. And the end result is people will get better, they'll be better skilled. And so then you'll see more of combat being a welcoming thing. Actually, I think that's one of the things that they kind of revealed. Of course, the cosplay contest, but then they said that they've already advertised one part of CitizenCon where it's a 2 versus 2 player PvP, a la the master mode. So I think what they're trying to do, I think I mentioned this the other day, what they're trying to do with master modes is promote it. If people celebrate it and have fun, it gives them the thumbs up and okay to say, okay, we're going to push this to the PU or at least to the PTU, get the feedback and tweak it. And then at some point when they're ready to, with 4.0, that will be, because it's coming. Because a couple of years ago when they did the virtual CitizenCon 4.0, it was master modes. So when they announce, whenever we get 4.0, it will have master modes. I think this event will just be a prelude or a testing, a promotion of it. But yeah, it's, rest assured, it will be in 4.0.
Just hopefully we get 4.0
Yeah,
first quarter next year.
yeah. And I
At
think,
least live by then. But
yeah, I know, right? I think we'll be live by next year, Chief. First quarter. We need to be, right?
Mm-hmm. That would be ideal.
Yeah.
Bring things back on track and have a different narrative for the year instead of people complaining about delay after delay.
Yeah, and I think it's perfect timing on both sides, where the complaints, the aftermath of Pez, it the I would guess the outburst, I wouldn't call it the outcry of frustration, or just the conversation on frustration due to Pez and due to it limiting our gameplay, especially when they have the events. How it would just tank the system because it was persisting things that had happened and saved it. So, in case in point, on CIG's point of view, it was it was a means to get metrics and understand what was going on with Pez. But going forward, they they did the post-mortem, which I give them credit for. The post-mortem was a means to understand what was going on and ways to prevent this from happening again. Now, let's just say it's not guaranteed, but they're putting safeguards, they're putting in processes and procedures, especially with what server meshing will become. It's going to be game changing, literally. And but yet they want to put in those methods to make sure that our gameplay isn't broken, literally. Am I getting attacked, or is that the laser? Okay, that's the laser, I guess. The sound. I noticed in this patch that the audio and sound is really off. There's like a major desync and delay in the sound and audio.
And they were talking about audio in ISC.
I know, right? And it was pretty. You know what? I said to myself, I said, okay, this is going to be a unique 07. 07. I kind of thought it was going to be a lackluster episode, but it turned out to be pretty good. I was shocked. But yeah, they are the unsung heroes, though. The sound effects group. 07, sir. But yeah, when we're talking about 4.0, we talk about server meshing. It makes sense for them to separate them because 4.0 is mechanics, gameplay mechanics, right? It won't make any sense at all for them to combine the foundational stuff. What with server, the first stage of server meshing is basically localizing resources. In other words, the systems, planet, moons will kind of have their own place on a server, and then there will be allocation of resources to those particular areas, right? And they are going to be persistent. Why combine that with the gameplay mechanics of 4.0? Get the foundational stuff in first, work that out, and once they know that they've isolated the server meshing to the extent that they know what's going on, and so it's going to introduce potentially bugs. We don't know to the extent how damaging or how far reaching these bugs will be, but there will be bugs. Iron that stuff out, isolate, figure it out, and once you have a handle on what's there, then go ahead and introduce 4.0. The rumor was, people, oh no, we're not getting 4.0. Be careful what you ask for, because imagine they drop everything in and, oh, this is horrible. Why'd you do that? That's ridiculous. Why would you do that? Because you wanted it. Your mic is going robotic.
Yeah, well,
oh wow.
I don't hear it.
Yeah, he's saying it's going robotic. We're on Discord, but yeah, that's weird, Beefcake.
Could be an ISP thing on his end.
It's on stream, he said. It's crazy. Holy smokes. 1 second. Let me try this. Let's try this. Ears. Holy, oh god. Oh gosh. It's the mustache jacking his mic. Stop it. Hold on 1 second. I hope that kind of fix things. Let me see. I tell you, man, audio. Woo.
Yeah, it's always a headache.
Audio is no joke.
Yeah, I use a audio interface coupled with a mixer, and then that is connected to a sound card.
Yeah. I
My
actually,
PC.
it takes some of the resources away from the GPUs. Okay, I'm hearing myself now.
Oh.
Okay, I'm good. Way better before I didn't know what you did. Yes. In some cases, Beefcake, reboot. Shut off, wax on, wax off.
That's the best thing you can do.
Yes, sir. All right. Let's see. We are back. Nice. Thank you, sir. All right. As Mr. Miyagi say, wax on, wax off. But yeah, once they get the foundational stuff in, we don't know where that's going, what that's going to look like, but they're pushing, man. They are pushing. Pez has really got their attention to say we need to bounce back. I think Starfield has gotten their attention for sure, right? Because it kind of sets the narrative on the concepts that they talked about. They brought into reality the things that they were expressing. Multiple systems. Starfield boasts about 1,000 systems, right? So did Elite Dangerous, right? But when you go to certain planets, like 10%, you have creatures, you have alien flora, fauna. The combination of the two. So that's one thing that definitely gets their attention to say, okay, guys, we got to come with it because they're delivering on creatures. And now, yet, some people will compare the visuals, unlike No Man's Sky, they were like, oh, it's laughable. Not laughable, but they're kind of like cartoonish in a sense of the details and the way they're rendered and drawn out. But when you bring Starfield to the table, you see some close comparisons and you see the AI behaviors. So that will garner attention from CIG. And the correct thing you want to say is, hey, it opens up space, it opens up sci-fi, space exploration. Good for them. You're supposed to say that. But deep down, human nature is saying, God damn it, they jumped the gun on us, man. Damn it. We got to get it together.
I love Starfield. I've got 100 hours in it so far.
Ooh, 100, Chief?
But yes.
Wow.
And I haven't even began to touch the campaign yet. I've just been doing side quest after side quest after side quest.
Nice.
And that's what I want in Star Citizen. It's the way, I guess the way it works in Starfield is these missions dynamically spin up, and then they have narrative tied to it, and you just go off and help whatever whatever NPC needs help with, whatever the situation may be.
I like that.
A lot of the time it's pirates, they stole their ship, I have to go steal it back for them, or they need some cargo hauled to a certain location. Or there's a number of mission types that you can interact with, and then additional storylines that you explore as well. But the main problem with Starfield is they want you to believe that it's an open world.
It's not.
But it's not.
No.
Okay.
No.
So it's
not.
So when you pick a landing zone, you go down, and the inner workings of the back end does a little shuffle, makes up a tile for you to be on, and then you go out and explore that tile. Now, if you were to go to this, I don't want to spoil too much, but there's a mission that puts you on top of the tallest building at one of the premier locations, and you could see the edge of the map where it ends.
Ouch.
And I'm just like, why would you put it kind of
why do that?
Befuddled me that you would put the player up there for them to see that when you're trying to make this argument, oh, it's an open world.
Yeah. That's a
be
faux
it
pas.
more like open square. But be it as it may,
Damn.
I certainly want Star Citizen to have those narrative aspects within it as Starfield has.
Yeah.
Um, the the idea that all of your content should be PvP driven, that's just, it's not sustainable. A lot of people
No.
really want
No.
they want a story. They want to be immersed into the verse,
Correct.
not just be a part of an org and fight each other
Like, that's old and it's
till the end or
tiresome.
whatever.
Yeah, it becomes tiresome.
Right. And I'm not trying to begrudge anybody that loves to PvP, and I PvP as well. That's not the issue.
There's
It's
a
just
time and place.
we need to you're right. You just have to have a variety of content, especially if you're trying to appeal to a larger audience.
Yeah.
And with Starfield, there's a lot of folks who you can get in, play for an hour, and feel like you've done something.
Yeah.
When it comes to Star Citizen, not so much.
Yeah.
you can.
Yeah.
It'll take you an hour to get somewhere, but
yeah,
by the time you get done with whatever objective you set, it's 4 or 5 hours later.
Yeah.
So
it needs a foundation.
That experience, right?
Like you said, that's a good descriptive of the two, Chief. And what you're essentially are saying, I'm just repeating you, is that Star Citizen needs a definitive narrative. It also needs a foundation. Also, it needs a universal game loop. That universal game loop will be the economy. The narrative will be working AI, working NPCs that will interact with you to bring you and lead you into an immersion of missions, quests, journeys, and things to accomplish. And so the end result will be a reward or a detriment to your interactions with them. It's just a perchance, an uncertainty. And so if you can bring that into Star Citizen, then you have something that's even more special that, like you said, we need something meaningful. It makes sense. But at the same time, it's not too scripted, like a single player experience. Exactly. And that's when you kind of have both. You have, when I say you need both, the things that you describe, the narrative, the foundation, the NPCs working that will bring you into missions and story driven goals. But then you have the other part of it will be the tools, the features that will allow us, kind of like what we're doing now. We have the tools to salvage, mine, repair ships, utilize medical for people who are sick or in a battle. And yet at the same time, it's always different each time you go out. And then also, I also celebrate the PvPers who will come and engage you, but not at the expense of the flight model being a certain way that they come away unscathed. In other words, the flight model has to be welcoming for everyone. So when you engage another person one-on-one, each person will suffer an amount of damage that prevents that other person to use or take advantage of the flight model to troll people. That's the problem with the flight model. But yeah, all those things. Coffee Gaming 07. Hello all. Happy Saturday afternoon to you, sir. 07.
07. Yeah, what the narrative aspect will heavily be influenced by Squadron 42. So the sooner they get that experience, that's their foundation.
Yeah.
That sets the tone.
Yeah. The history, the lore.
Star Citizen verse.
Yeah. It gives this a history.
And if you don't have that intertwined with the PU, why have it in the first place? So they have to intertwine Squadron 42. Obviously, the Odin system will be a place that you can go to. And I'm sure they're going to put some sort of Easter eggs out there that that lets you know, oh yeah, I remember that mission that I did, and so on and so
Thank
forth.
you. Yes.
But you know,
You feel it here. You feel it here.
right? That had that heart moment. That's right.
Yep.
You know, so we certainly need to get to that point of of experience in Star Citizen, so that you can feel that, oh, this is actually an experience. It's not just, oh, we're buying ships just to sell another demo and so on and so forth. But
Correct.
I
Correct.
you know, at one point in time, we had mission givers on the roadmap, and that was supposed to prelude to more quest lines and, you know, cutscenes being put into the game. But we just don't have that at the moment, and I think that's mainly because of Squadron. They want to get that out there first, obviously.
They have
but,
to.
you know,
Yeah, they have to. They got to get it out. Got to get it done. At least the first chapter, and then it sets, like you said, it sets the tone, and then it gives us a foundation to stand on to say, oh, this is the persistent universe that Chris is talking about, and I remember this location. This, I had a hell of a time in the Odin system. This was one of the hardest missions I had to overcome, and I remember it well. I'll never want to come back to it, but you know, you remember these things.
It would be a great moment when you go back to the Odin system and that pirate faction that you fought remembers you. Say, oh yeah, remember you took us out.
Yes.
You know, they make up some sort of narrative, you know, and you're like, oh man, they remembered me.
That would be incredible. That would be incredible if it remembered things like that. Or let's say you freed them from pirates. You freed that section, that location or that area from pirates, or you liberated them from the Vandal, and you're celebrated.
Right.
You're celebrated, and the AI, the NPCs will react to you in a real positive way because they remember you, the veteran who saved them from the Vandal. Potentially speaking. Now, don't just take this as a grain of salt. This is just conversation. This is
Right,
we don't have any inside track on Squadron 42, but there's a possibility of things like that happening. Or the most thing the thing that they want to get out of it first and foremost is the fact that you remember, you feel something when you enter that system, and you see the remnants of that war, that battle, and you take to it. Maybe it inspires you to want to live there and want to protect the people there because you made such a positive impact.
Absolutely.
Coffee says, I would love to go into the PU and see an older version of a mission giver that I met, experienced in Squadron 42. That would be interesting. That would be interesting.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an ever-evolving world, so it makes sense to have something like that in the game.
Yeah. Yeah, it would. And
Show the
that's lore.
aging of a character, of a given. Yes, exactly. That's lore.
And let's say you have Death of the Spaceman, right? Because, yeah, that will happen. That happens sometimes when you, after a number of lifespans that you have, or that they resuscitate you, then it's done. Imagine that you want to be buried in the Odin system because that's where you were, that kind of, that warrior or that soldier, that place is special to you. So you want to be buried there. And then you recreate, once you recreate it, or you're the descendant of, or the family member of, and you come back into the game, maybe there's a tombstone or there's a fixture for, where you left off. I don't know. Or you continue that story as a person, as a descendant or family member, and you start the game up where you passed away at.
They have plenty of options.
They
to provide a meaningful narrative, and to get to that point. It's just a matter of implementation and priorities, obviously.
Yeah.
But
But I think, wherever that road leads to, or whatever it becomes or transforms into, I think we all can agree that the AI and the NPCs have to perform much better. I think we will see a better.
Tonight's entertainment.
Oh, Space Tomato, what is up, brother? Rainwood 7107. Thank you for the raid. How are you, sir? Oh my gosh, dude, you put me on the spot right here. What you do?
On Front Street.
Oh damn. No pressure, right? Pressure. What am I gonna say?
Oh, yeah, all right.
Oh my god. We're talking a little bit of gameplay. We're talking about the possibilities of what could be post CitizenCon.
Damn, son. You just hit with the wow
Sci-Fi 07. Thank you for the follow. There's gonna be a leeway once we get everything talked about in CitizenCon. We're gonna get that end of the year patch. Rumorville is saying it's gonna be this, but do we know 100%? No. But there's going to be an end of year patch, and they're going to shoot for the fences.
Son, you just
Caruso,
hit with the wow effect.
aka Robinson 07. Thank you for the follow. Robinson Caruso, being stranded on a planet. Chris wants that, and having the survival tactics to happen until help comes. Made me think about that, Caruso. Yep, the beacon. And it might be days until they find you, depending on where you are. I can see that 5 or 10 systems in that could happen.
Yeah, fuel rats are going to be busy.
Yes. Yep, the fuel rats. What's the medical group that's out there? I think there's a medical group too.
I do not know. I know there's a lot of mercenary orgs that provide medical services.
Yeah. Chief, I think we're full, right? Do we need to go over to the 890 and
Yes.
unload? All right.
Correct.
All right.
So, you know how to
Yeah.
get inside the hangar, right?
At the top, or this is too big for this is too
Yes.
big. Okay, let me see where
it's
you
not.
are.
I'll do it.
Oh, you want to
I'll
drive?
go ahead. Yeah, I'll show you how to do it.
All right, I'll get up.
She slides right on in there. It's a bit tight.
Oh,
but,
wait a
you know,
minute. I remember this occasion where
still
you have to
fits.
put the nose up, nose down type of deal. Oh no, I'll let you do
You
it.
got to put the forks.
Yeah,
forks
the
first,
tuning
and then you
forks.
bring the ass down.
All right, I don't know where I am. So you have the marker. I don't know where it is. So, all right,
Copy. Just waiting for you to
all right.
hop out the pilot seat.
But yeah, Face Tomato, if you're still here, I don't know. He's probably like, dude, I'm tired. I talked everyone to death. I talked myself to death. What's your wish list, Space Tomato? What is your wish list for? You only get one for CitizenCon. What is your one big ticket item that you get to see at CitizenCon? What's going to get you hyped up for it, and you know it's going to come? What is it? Tell us, man. Please. Don't leave us in suspense if you're still here in chat. He's like, man, I don't have time for this. I'm done for the day. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Okay. Tuning forks down and underneath. Oh, nice. There she is. So the tuning forks have to go in that way, not the opposite way, Chief? Because is it too narrow because of that?
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. Can you back up? Just a little,
Let me check
or just leave it as it is.
positioning. Yeah, that's perfect.
Nice. Shoot up that basketball court. The backboard is broken.
Oh, Lord.
Humphreys. There are a few medical groups, Humphrey says. There's quite a few.
I think I should probably turn the engines off.
That thing will be floating and just like boom, 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 kaboom. Gonna take me a drink. I'm at 23% here. I'm brutal. I try not to be brutal. To finish this bottle here. Drinking on the job, Chief. I'm drinking on the job.
Ain't no problem. Got insurance.
07. All right, I'll help. I'll assist. Oh, wait a minute. I need to the bit to it. Where is the bit?
You can make one if you need it.
Yeah. Okay, I have it. I keep them handy. All right, here we go.
Copy.
Oh, damn. The other gadget. There we go. All right. Relay. Sorry. Just slamming stuff down,
problem.
man. Oh, you know what? What I liked about that Inside Star Citizen, it seems like they're going to move to making all the interior, well, the floors of all ships just a cargo grid, which made sense. We kind of talked about, you know, if they would do something like that and everything will kind of like connect or, you know, attach.
Snap to it.
Snap. Yeah, like a magnet.
Right.
But knowing that the persistent hangars, it's finally here. It's finally here. I begged Chris for the Titan suit, Chief. A variant, the industrial version of the Titan suit. You have the military Titan suit, but the industrial one would be most welcome. I think I got one here in the eject. Okay, we got one more.
Copy. You
Hard to
know
find more
marketing.
still as he streams.
They
Thank you,
will not
Alexa.
turn down selling more armor sets.
No, and I will. You know what? I will take the industrial version over the military Titan suit in a heartbeat.
Makes sense to have a variant.
Yeah, I mean it's money on the. I mean, it's money. Period. It is just money.
They're leaving money on the table.
Yes. All right, Chief. All right. We're getting work done, man. So, Chief,
Yes,
when
sir.
you think they'll drop with live? Maybe next week? But basically, essentially, it's 2 more
320
weeks.
live.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we got the end of the quarter in 2 weeks. I would assume by the end of the month, if they really want that extra time. I don't know what else they could get in 320, or if they want to hold it for CitizenCon. But at this point, why hold it that long?
Yeah.
But
Because the 320.1, that may be the CitizenCon patch where they drop more ships. Because we know where on the list is the C1, the what's the racing variants? The Mirai, the LX, and I think the C1 and the
Mhm.
A1, I think the bomber. There's the bomber and there's
Right.
the cargo version of the or what is that? What is that manufacturer? The from New Babbage. Those two ships will be out there. The Crusader, the bomber
Yes.
and the cargo. Yep. And we possibly may get the Santak, yeah, because they've been advertising that for quite a bit. They've been working on that for quite a bit. I would not be shocked that they release that at CitizenCon as well. The medium fighter, the Shion fighter, which will be the next level up from the Shion Scout. The Spirit. There you go, Huffreys 07. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Crusader Spirit.
Yeah. But cargo is, it's good to see that cargo is getting more love because it's going to tie right into your economy system. So there may be something with Tony Zorvik come CitizenCon, and if he's speaking, that's a must see. That's a must see. That tells me that they're
Absolutely.
ready. Yeah, they're ready. And I think on the roadmap, what is that? The not the release part of the roadmap, but the one where it gives you an overview or high level of who's working on
Progress
what.
tracker.
Yeah, the progress tracker. We do know now that there's an economy team that's working on the economy. So, and the fact that we're talking about cargo going to the next level. Cargo is essentially your economy. Moving goods. You got the underground facilities that's coming. So, I mentioned this a while back that I would throw the word out holistic. They are finally in that context of what I just said, they're holistically merging things and bringing it together. So they have a large view of the gameplay. They're realizing the gameplay and how it's interconnected with each other. It all relates. The economy, the cargo, the ships that move high volumes of cargo, the whole sea, which now with that mechanism that it expands, it can easily translate over to the D and E because it's just a matter of scale. They have the mechanics in. Now we're talking about
Right. They've got the boxes too.
the boxes. Yep. And now Chad alluded to, hey, anything gets sticky on that grid.
Absolutely.
And I started seeing
I'm
bodies.
Sure there'll be like a mass limitation, but
Yes.
if it's big enough to fit on there, then it'll stick.
We saw a body. We saw an Aurora. So and then in the SE units, and I'm like, what the hell? Missiles. And I said to myself, when I saw that, Chief, in the variety, like he said, it's going to be more tactile. Visceral. When I saw that, that means it's open season for anybody who's hauling whatever for pirates to come and get it. And I think I'm just trying to dive deep here. And what would help NPCs to pilfer and steal? If they were able to, once we get server meshing and they can allocate these resources to make them work better, the server meshing will help with desync. It probably will help with server tick rates. But can you imagine AI to the next level where they will disable your ship and come in and strip everything down to the bare bones, your components, your missiles, your weapons, put it on the cargo grid and take it to Pyro. and not just NPCs, but actual players, pirate players,
Right.
and strip,
Right.
get you butt naked.
It'll be both.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, the sky's the limit when it comes to
Yoink.
piracy and
Yes.
transporting goods. But the overall meaning of those goods need to have a place. So as of
Yeah.
right now, the current minerals that we mine don't have any meaning.
Correct.
Because it doesn't correlate to, let's say, you mine 500 SCU of titanium, that doesn't correlate to, okay, now you can build 4 Auroras or something.
Correct.
So
repair. We need repair.
You would have to have recipes for the ships, for the missiles, for the weapons, for the components. And again, I wouldn't have those blueprints be available to the player by default. That should be something you earn through rep or doing a quest line of some sort. So you've got to provide, the inner workings of creating items for players to then
I
sell
love that.
amongst each other or other NPCs.
Man, listen to you, game crafter, game theory crafter. That's perfect, man. That's perfect, because you're talking about, you mine magnesium, right? And that pertains, or that's the material you need to make missiles or whatever, or explosives, or uranium, whatever the case, materials that will translate.
The uranium soup.
I'm just throwing that out there. And they kind of alluded to, Richard Towler, 07. He mentioned vehicles. Now you're talking about, and this is marketing, can jump on this. Marketing, you're welcome to jump on this. Vehicles that will do repairs to other vehicles. It's sort of like, imagine the Vulcan, but with wheels on it. Game changer. You're refueling your vehicles. You're repairing them. You're rearming those vehicles on the ground, not in space, not in the sky. Marketing. Hello. Those will sell. Those type of vehicles will sell. Basically, armored. What did Jarrett kind of? You know what? That was kind of like him throwing out an Easter egg, but on purpose, or maybe not. But he said on Star Citizen Live, he said, what about a vehicle that can go across water, or a tank? He mentioned that. Can you imagine, like in Star Wars, the Sandcrawler? That would be like and all of a sudden you're introducing these persistent hangars, and you call up that kind of vehicle, and it comes out, it rolls out, and it can traverse hostile territory, take on tanks or whatever the case, to get to that person that may need repair or rearming or refueling. I want an ad at. There you go, Beefcake. Yes. A functional one. Yes. Marketing, there you go. People will buy the hell out of it. Because why?
Well, you're gonna have planets that are higher G than the ones that we have now.
Yes.
And that correlates to more fuel consumption of your ship. So.
Oh my God.
And in order to make that really have an impact, you really need to see your hydrogen go from like 25% to 50% in like 5 minutes,
Oh my God. These ideas are racing, Chief. A heavy G suit.
You're gonna be like, oh, let me hurry up and land so I don't get stranded.
Correct.
And have enough fuel to take off and leave the planet.
And then certain ships or cargo ships are restricted, and they're kind of like bottlenecked, as opposed to saying, I'm going to bring a whole sea and land it on the planet, and then the restrictions to the gravity, because the gravity pull of that particular system or that planet is so heavy that certain cargo ships can only go there. And if you have those ships, or your org is organized with logistics, they know these certain planets will have gravity. The ideas are racing, and certain, to some extent, depending on the planet, some of the effects will be great in the game is gravity. You have to have a gravity suit. You have to have a gravity suit, or if your ship is a certain mass and you orbit that high gravity planet, it will tell you you're restricted. So maybe if it's a multi-crew ship that has a smaller ship, like let's say it's a Carrot, you bring the Pisces down to the planet, because it can because of its weight, it can get to escape velocity. But you have to have a gravity suit with you. motorized that will help you. It has a battery pack to it. It has to be recharged. When you store it, it automatically recharges. But anyone else with regular armor, yeah, it won't crush them like a tin can, but it's similar to where they can translate that over to pressure for underwater gameplay. But yeah, you could have a gravity suit, you walk around and you see your battery dwindling. Maybe you stay still, maybe it recharges itself, maybe it has solar panels that will absorb, but as you walk around, it's taking much more energy. These are things are way in the future. It's not feature creeping, but when we get into 5 or 10 systems in, you want various gameplay, you want ideas, but incredible.
Yeah. Speaking on that battery point, let's say you're in the suit, you're on the planet, and you have a multi-tool, and you do your scan with your FPS scanning. Come to find out, there's a mineral down there that you can make a battery from. So now you're down there mining to keep yourself alive.
Yes.
To keep the suit on, so you can do whatever you need to do.
Yes.
The tools are there. It's just a matter of putting it together.
Yeah. Or let's say you find some minerals that have like properties of magnetism, and then you have a tool that changes polarity of one, and then you combine them, and it gives you some sort of force to it, energy, positive and negative. And then it gives you a working source of energy, kinetic energy. I don't know. I'm theory crafting it, but it's a means to introduce or think about crafting. And when you start with that and you give that and put that in the hands of players who can sit there and analyze, and that also plays into the survival tech that Chris wants. When there's a chance that, let's say, and this is not a poke at John Crew or anything, but the Carrack had that meteor shield on its cockpit. Imagine you get buffeted, you're exploring, you get buffeted by a meteor storm, and your ship gets damaged to the extent where you have to emergency land on the planet, and you're stranded. It's a hostile environment, but you're stranded. Yeah. Kemi65. Yes. Oh, no, you didn't, Scavenger.
It presents that depressurization scenario. So you lose the canopy. If you don't have a spacesuit or an undersuit on, you're pretty
restricted.
much unconscious.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
yeah, you might have to make quick runs outside of the ship and run back, because you feel the effects of the gravity. Chief Theory and Kimmy crafting. Oh my God, Scavenger. But yeah, they have every opportunity to take advantage of getting beyond 318 and saying, hey, we're down, but we're not out. Matter of fact, we're motivated. We have a Benoit Beausejour. We have a Turbulent with us, which is now their CIG. Let's make it plain and simple. They've been vetted. They've shown that there's a level of consistency with them, and that they belong and they belong with CIG, and CIG belongs with them.
Son,
Livath 07, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Happy Saturday afternoon to you. Hope all is well, and hope you're in good spirits, and we hope that you play Star Citizen, because things are about to change, and hopefully for the better. It's going to change. Now, take it with a grain of salt. That server meshing is going to hit us. Say again, Chief?
Yeah, I mean, it has to change.
Yeah.
We've got no choice but to move forward.
Yeah. Don't get frustrated. I mean, to an extent, yeah, there's going to be frustration, but don't let that overcome your enthusiasm about the game. But when we hit that window of, hey, we're into PES, they've learned some lessons. They've learned some lessons through, server meshing. They've learned some lessons through PES. It may be a little rough patch, but rest assured they've They've done enough of testing that they want to go forward. They're ready to go forward. There are going to be some hiccups. That's a natural after effect of it. I have been Levath says I have been testing 320. What do you think of it, Levath? What do you think of the 320? Do you like it? What are some of the positives? What are some of the negatives for you? Coffee's like, I'm ready. his expectations is valid. Coffee saying with meshing, it's going to break more than what it fixes. Let's get that in our mindset and say when it happens, we were saying, hey, we're okay, but they're going to get through it.
I mean, that's what happened with Pez.
Yep. Server-side object container streaming. Yeah, go ahead, Chief. I'm sorry.
A lot more than what they thought.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's fine. It's just, you read the post-mortem, all the details of that when it comes to Pez.
And, for people that says, some of the transparency is lacking, I would say that gives us a little insight on their mindset right there. I give them credit for that. Will it have all the details? We don't know. I don't know if they shared everything. But I think they shared enough that we can respect their process overall of how they approached it, how they looked at it, and what are they going to do in the event of going to that next phase of the process, which will be static server meshing. Because again, we have 2 phases to go through, everyone. Static server meshing is the first attempt.
Dynamic.
Say again, Chief?
Static and dynamic.
Yes, sir. And I think the sum it up to put a bullet point to the 2, the static will be separating and reallocating resources to locations that will stay in the game. Basically, your foundations, your Stanton, Pyro, Nyx, a number of moons, right? That's your static. It's not going anywhere, but they're going to allocate those resources so that when we're playing in that area, it can accommodate more people, or let's say, put it this way, there's going to be less desync. There's going to be a higher server tick rate. That's the theory. Now, the dynamic is where servers will dynamically spin up, spin down, replace other servers. In other words, it will become a clone of a server that is going to die. That clone, that newly refreshed clone of the one that's dying, is going to replace it. It's going to take all the features, meaning us, the characters, and pull it into itself. But on the back end, we won't notice it, but it will help sustain the server tick rates. It will help keep up the number of players. Dynamically, it will function in a way that you're having a rolling, or let's say a revolving door of servers that will assist. And matter of fact, if there's a instance where there's a number of people in and it's a high volume, you may get multiple servers that will come in and merge and assist and offload a lot of the heavy tech debt that's on one particular or 2 servers. That's the dynamic of it. But that's the theory they have, right? Could that change? Hell yeah, it could change. But it's going to be tested. Take it like.
And again, server meshing is not the idea of server meshing is not new tech.
No, it's
just
not.
The version that CIG will make will be their version of it.
There you go, Chief.
So,
but you know what? Chief, that's a positive thing that you said, right? Because it's not saying it's not new. The fact that it works, correct? That technology works. You're saying that technology works. That's the positive side of it. Coffee's commenting to Levath. Great attitude to have when you're looking at testing the 320. He said a few of the bugs, it left them in stitches. Like, what? He said, but overall 320 is looking really good. And that's where they need to be, Levath, especially with them changing how some of us interact with the testing now. I think it put a lot of people off about how they're changing that, and everyone says it's everything to do with money. I don't know. I could probably say yeah, there's something to it, but then yeah, go ahead, Chief.
Well, I mean, it's a business. You have to keep the doors open, pay
Yep.
the bills, and your employees.
Butts in the seats.
So, there's nothing wrong with making money. Now, if there's like a malicious aspect to it, okay, we can have a discussion about it. But at the end of the day, does that revenue provide the necessity of development that we need to make the game how we want it? So
Correct.
But there you can always argue of methods of gathering revenue.
Yes.
So it's just a matter of how you use those resources.
I think it would have been a different situation altogether, Chief. I think we talked about this if they went with a monthly subscription, but give them credit. They said they're not going to do that. This is a Kickstarter. It's all about funding or giving a donation towards the building and the development of the game, right? As opposed to saying, I'm going to change my mind or change what I said, and I'm going to charge you $20 a month or $5 a month. And then it was like, oh my God, it would have been a big to-do about, oh, they're lying to us. Look at that, they changed the narrative. So yeah, in that aspect of gaining revenue, you got to find some other ways to do it, because you don't go with a subscription, and they've stuck to that. You give them credit for that. But the other part of it was, they need more testers. Now, granted, they have to follow through with that, and I think right now they are following through with it, because you said this earlier, Chief. We have another 2 weeks. End of September is due when this patch is supposed to go live. We were saying that. And when you look at it, they're ahead of the curve. I would have to say that. They've gotten this to a state where this could actually go live. Now, Levath might say otherwise. They say, hell no. But not from what I've seen, hell no. But what we do have ahead of us is time. And they have a lot of time to, work on the patch. But again, they said that they want more people involved with the testing methods, more involved with the issue council. The other side of that was why people kind of like dipped their toe in. And this is a good case in point right here. They only got in to see what was new, and then they left. The part about the issue council. Yeah, go ahead, Chief.
Well, I hate to, hurt CIG's feelings, but that's just the way players work.
Yeah.
In every other game that I've played that has a PTU, you go in, you test the new features, you see the new guns or whatever it is that's new, and then you test the balance changes. If you like what you see, you don't say anything. If you don't like what you see, you get on the forums, you give your feedback.
Right.
CIG doesn't do that. Okay. We, as player or backers, are being asked to be the tester when QA should be doing what we're doing. We should only see the PTU when it's in a feature complete state.
Oh, 30K.
So no more tier 0, no more tier 1. I'm talking about tier 3 and 4. And the whole design of the mechanic is pretty much set in stone. We're just talking about balance changes. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if CIG wants that type of engagement,
son, you just hit with the wow.
Tanago, thank you.
They need to have QA become more interactive with the issue council, so that folks know that whatever bug reports that are submitted have been overseen or have been
exactly
referred to the necessary dev that needs to fix it. for you to, as a backer, to go through and sift through all those reports, that's
Ooh,
not, no,
that's a great
absolutely
point.
not. That is unreasonable for you to ask of the customer. That's what QA should be doing. They have tools to, pull up all kind of reports in whatever fashion they want to, because they have a higher level of access. So I just, want them to get to the point where Evocati is, the pool of Evocati is increased, and then you have PTU. And so if you really want to get the latest and greatest, you got to get in that Evocati branch. But once it's about to go live, they put it on PTU, everybody to test it, put the feedback in if there's any, and then move on to pushing it to live. So people can get back to the grind of live. And that's why people don't stay in PTU, because why are you going to grind when it's not going to carry over to live? So there's no point to stay in there.
Yeah. So it takes a special type to kind of like follow what they say and do exactly that, so that things can be revealed whether or not the bug has been fixed. That's Evocati essentially. And you rinse and repeat over and over and over. To some, that's too much. That's too much frustration, But thanks, Chief, for explaining that. And I think the solution and realization of all this is, as players, we can't sit on the fence of absolutes. That it's not one-sided. There's two sides to everything of this, in respect of, well, if I did this and if you would have done that. But you highlighted that there's always the other side of that whole aspect. Like I was going to say, well, one of the reasons why people don't, participate as much, because they'll talk about the problem or the bug and it never gets fixed. But then the other side of that is you're inundated. You're inundated with hundreds, if not tens of thousands of the same thing, and you're sifting through. But here's the other aspect of, the impression is CIG is sitting on their ass and they're not fixing the bugs. But here's the coding issue. This is the crazy thing about code. They actually smashed the bug, right? But then it's something that you do. It's totally different. That bug appears again.
Right.
And then the impression is, oh, they didn't get off their ass. Look, they're lazy. They're not doing it. I'm through with issue counsel because they're not fixing their bugs. Again, it's two sides of it.
I can understand that frustration, because for the most part, in every other game, yes, there are bugs, but for the amount of bugs that I've come across in fully released games,
oh my God,
it's nowhere near what Star Citizen has.
Right.
So
yeah,
we're talking about maybe you'll come across 5 or 10 bugs in a fully released game.
Yep.
And then, but when it comes to Star Citizen, you've got probably 4,000 on the issue council that have yet to be resolved, or have been resolved and just keep getting undone because of whatever new implementation of code that goes in. Jared did the whole whiteboard shebang.
Oh yeah, but you know what?
Us know that they got all these streams and all these different layers of coding and stuff, and I'm just like, okay, well, y'all, if you're not updating each branch, then you put the fix in branch 1 and you publish branch 2. The fix is not there, so
You know what? But you know what though? People gave him flack about that, but when I sat down and I really put thought to that, I give him credit for being bold and doing that, in a sense, because what it revealed in those branches, and one of the things that they need to mitigate, is the lack of communication and the effects of being in a silo as a department, and just kind of like this. That's all that is, because those branches, as many as they were, at the end of the day, that's on leadership to communicate amongst their peers to say, okay, we're in a new branch. Make sure everyone in your department are vetted to say, are you on the right branch? Are your features on the right branch? It's communication. It's not, I don't put it on the devs, you know, because it's easy to be like this, head down and finding solutions and research and developing on the new features, and you get lost in the code. It's up to the leadership, your project managers, to work as a team. All the peers of project management, that basic communication to make sure that everyone is on the same page. And if you have to repeat it, damn it, you repeat it. But then when you go into the main branch to put things in there that needs to be in there, make sure it does not have any stray coding that will be a detriment or a bug. Point blank. But yeah, absolutely. I thought I give him credit for showing that, because it's basically, it comes down to basic things when it comes to that. And that's not impossible to overcome. It's your basic communication and the willingness to work together, and the ego, the pride has to get the hell out of the room at the end of the day. It needs to take a walk, and you all need to sit down and just say, we're in this shit together, man. And just say, look, we're going to communicate this clearly and effectively. And we're going to, you know, it's not, I'm the boss and, you know, no. Hey, look, we're all in this together. Let's be on the same page. We can freaking do this. But it's going to be communication. It's going to be the communication.
Right.
And follow through. You communicate and you follow through. And if anyone's struggling, you're only as good as the worst person or the person that needs the most help. You're only as good as that. You work together. You come to work together, you leave and go home. But when you're in that building, you're a family, you're a unit. But yeah, communication. You can't get enough of it. It doesn't get old, man. It does not get old. Chief, are you you working?
Yeah, I'm just waiting on them boxes to come out of there.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
It says obstructed.
Give me a second. Hit the eject button.
It's about that bottom line, baby.
07.
Sorry about that, sir.
Let's make it happen, Captain.
I was over here looking at the asteroids, waiting on the box to come out. I was like, why ain't the box coming out yet?
It's about that bottom line, baby.
Yes, sir.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so hopefully they've worked out that communication issue.
Yes.
You know,
that's all it is, Chief.
You know, it seems like they've gotten a handle on it with, you know, the new team for the NA region. And then I guess EU is probably going to stay focused on Squadron 42.
Yeah, until the time being, right? Yeah.
Right. And whatever features come out of that, hopefully will transition fairly smoothly into the PTU.
Yes.
And more complete.
Yes.
You know, I mean, that's what Richard Tyler said. So,
yeah,
you know, I take his word for it.
Richard Tyler, that worked with Chris, he said that. But then so did Chad. He said the same thing, that strike team that they have, sometimes less is more. They can communicate easily. They can stay on the same page because there's a head count. There's a level of accountability, right? Because you're not dealing with the masses. Look at them down there, just sightseeing. Levath, I'm I work. I do offer salary, so. 07.
07.
But yeah, if I had to use an analogy for another game from the team Chad spoke on, it was I would have to call them Rainbow Six. And what was that the premise of? The game Rainbow Six was the different skill sets from all over the world came together, but there was no red tape. They were not hindered by any politics. They had a job to do, and they came and they were able to come in and do it without nothing holding them back. I call them Rainbow Six.
They focused on the mission
Yes.
and completed it.
Yep. But we just don't realize how big of a deal the persistent hangars. We talked about habs. Basically your hangar will be your hab. It's the test bed for your habs. That's the test bed. And then we had so many people were talking about, cargo and the time sinks of, oh, you got to get in, you got to hurry up, you're going to be penalized. Then all of a sudden, Chad just crushed all that theory crafting about the time sinks and how you got to hurry up and people waiting in line. He said, when you go into your hangar and you close that door, you're going to be offloaded off the database or somewhere else on another server, and it's yours. Now, anyone else who comes up, the same thing will happen. In other words, you'll have your own instance. That they threw all that time sink stuff, that theory crafting on time sinking and penalization on your mass amounts of cargo that needed to be moved. They threw it out of the window. They really did.
The penalization has probably gone out the door, but time sink has not. So
when you say time
the time
sink,
it takes you to unload.
Yeah.
So the time it takes you to unload and unload, that will still be there. It's not going to be a click of a button.
Right.
And then also, if you hire NPCs,
yes,
that will be a time sink. So, but you won't be penalized if you've got you know what I'm saying, if you've got 4,000 pieces to move.
I love that.
You'll be in your own instance and going off do unload whatever you need to unload.
I love that, Chief. You know what you just said, right? I love what you just said. When you say you hire NPCs, but guess what? What did Chris say? They're gonna operate on a 24-hour cycle. They're looking to get paid, baby.
It's about that bottom line, baby.
So let's say you come in on a shift change, you got to wait for those other NPCs that are for the next shift to show up to start your unload.
Right.
And if they got hindered by pirates, then now you should out of luck.
Right. So. And guess what? What if you maybe you just pay them. They probably won't be paid on an hour, but you charge them, or they're going to charge you to unload cargo, but you're going to have to wait for them to get finished. So they'll put they'll put a time sink on that. And you got to you can only use your hangar for a certain thing or until they're done. Or you might have to call up a Starliner to go to your other hangar while that one is under operations, which is loading or unloading of cargo until they're done.
Absolutely.
I love it.
Absolutely.
I freaking love that.
Yeah, because the ship has to be there in order to unload and load.
Yeah. And again, it may not be a detriment to the tech deck because they'll put a timer and they'll let that thing work behind the scenes. And it won't be no entities physically doing it. It'll just be a time sink to say when the timer is done, based on the volume, then that hangar is available to you. Oh, I love that.
Right.
I love it.
It'll make Caterpillar owners very happy. They can go and drop off a trailer, detach that cockpit, and go on and get another trailer.
Modularity. Chief, you keep knocking it out of the park. Modularity. That means with the Caterpillar, what will make that potentially unique from the other ships? Like, say, for example, the Hercules. You land a Hercules or a Gatac Raylan or the whole Sea. With the Caterpillar, the one thing that will make it stand out, you put it in a hangar, or you say, okay, there's something special about the Caterpillar, the modularity. Maybe you don't have all the modules loaded. Only the ones that are loaded, they stay in the hangar. The other parts of the ship can be reformed again, and you'll see a shorter version of the Caterpillar that leaves the station. Or maybe you have purchased empty modules for the Caterpillar, whether they're empty or not. you can still leave. That'll be an advantage for the Caterpillar. I would love, oh my God, I would love that. That sounds so great. Okay, Real Exodus. I'm not trying to get in, I'm not trying to get, put CIG's ass in the sling here. I'm just theory crafting, and don't be upset if it doesn't happen. And CIG, don't get mad at me because I'm talking about the freaking game and what possibilities could be. So don't hold me to this. This is just conversation, okay? and you too, Coffee. Cheap Theory, Kimmy Crafting. But yeah, it would definitely give a boost to the gameplay flavor for the Caterpillar, where they can offload or offset these modules and say, let them stay in stasis, and I can keep going and doing my other thing. And all of a sudden, people are saying, oh my God, there's value to that old bucket that's the Caterpillar, right?
Yep.
Oh my God.
In that scenario, let's say you have a full load of titanium.
In one compartment.
In one compartment, and you drop that at the location, and then you attach to a new one that's empty, and
that
go
you
on to
purchase.
your next location and load that up.
Marketing.
Exactly.
Marketing. You can purchase modules. There you go. You're welcome. Make your money.
Yeah.
People will buy that shit.
That will apply to the RSI Galaxy, because
yes.
I know a lot of people were upset that they sold it at the cargo grid as a module.
Right.
But it's already in the works.
Yes.
They can apply it to other ships.
You can buy those modules. Maybe they're duplicates or you know, empty ones. I could see myself buying an extra module. I also wish we could like say blueprints of something like that of our ship with certain type of items, particular items that it could be recovered. I mean, retrieved in that state. I like decorations and maybe some racks or closets included with extra cost. Yeah. A module that holds different types of suits, Real Exodus. So similar to what we said earlier about a gravity suit or radiation suit, a heat suit, or a cold suit. So if you're logistically speaking, if you have to traverse these areas and you know the terrain, you know the lay of the land, you'll go to those locations and you'll have those modules that will. It's kind of like Batman when he goes to utilize a different suit. So he transforms himself, adheres himself to the environment to have an advantage. Or that Titan suit. You'll have maybe a module or a place where you have these specialized suits, and if you have to traverse these areas, you're going to use those suits accordingly. Holy smokes, man! That's incredible. And the fact that now they have the technology with the persistent hangers, you can go pick them up and put them on those empty modules. And then you're talking about customizing and having a number of them. That's marketing right there. You can purchase the hangers and place them in different places.
Well, you know that it'll be interesting if the Pioneer will have the ability to
build modules,
pieces to make a hanger. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
You know, since that's supposed to be for your habs, and the hangar is technically a part of a habitation location.
Correct.
They're definitely going to have to expand on the capability of the Pioneer outside of just being a place where you put your avatar, but you also need a place to put your ship.
Correct. And to Levath's point, what he said is kind of the analogy of what did the CIA spies will do when they're in another country or they're doing an ops. They'll have a safe house. So he said renting them. Yes. Like Chris said, you have the option to, because it fits his narrative. Either if you don't have time and people have more money than common sense, they're going to buy it with cash. As opposed to, let's say Levath likes to play the game, he'll put the time into the gameplay so he can rent it. So there it is. Chris is still sticking to his narrative of, you don't have to purchase everything in the game. You can earn it. They're going to respect your gameplay and allow you to earn it in the game by the hours you put in, so you deserve it because you've earned it. I love that. I love that. Man, I miss you all. This is the stuff that I love about Star Citizen, about the possibilities. Even though they get mad at me about going out on a limb on some things, but this is what I missed.
Well, you haven't missed your mark yet. We've all been quite close.
Oh boy. And I don't want to get people's expectations up and have the inset or the get them disappointed because I've said something out of context of what they were intending to do. Like I said, like you said, alluded to, Chief, it's concept. Until they change it, just let stuff bake.
Yep. You gotta like give some room to mold that concept into what you want it to be.
Yes. Yes. But you know what? That's you know, they're gonna have to figure out what Chad essentially revealed about persistent habs and things of that nature. Why didn't he go forward with habs? Why did he kind of stop short of just alluded to habs? He, as opposed to persistent hangers and purchasing and adding more than one, but he did not go too far with habs. They have to incorporate the Pioneer into that. People would have had a shit fit.
I mean, you would think 4.0 would have some sort of influence of player hab creation. Because
Correct.
Pyro is supposed to be a system that is unclaimed and
Correct.
basically the wild, wild west, but without the gold. So
I like that.
You then would provide the tools for the players to set up places like the Rune Station, which,
yes,
you know, you'll be able to interact with that, but I don't know if you'll be able to like to take over that particular region and say, okay, yeah, whatever, let's say your gang is whatever the name it is,
yeah,
and now you taking them out and now you come in to run the station. I don't know if they're gonna allow the player to do that at Rune Station, but at your own location, oh yeah, definitely you can provide that type of mechanic for players to interact with, and the sky's the limit when it comes to experiences.
I like that, Chief. Matter of fact, I celebrate that because you kind of chime back to the days of the cult following TV series Firefly, right? The Wild Wild West, the settlements, where you have a personal org that has the cojones to say, we can settle here and we'll make it our own. Pyro is the place. Regardless of the troubles, the ills of what could happen, if you give us the tools to settle, give us the tools to defend ourselves. Now, granted, whether we're outlaw or not, there's going to be the headaches of people can come in freely without inhibitions to law and, just wreak havoc, troll us, literally. But you also give them the tools to fight back and defend themselves on a fair, more than fair level, because it's their habs, it's how they live there. The kind of gameplay that you would have would be tremendous in the sense that there's never a dull moment. You're fighting for your establishment, and then people rally around that. And then all of a sudden, like Chris, it fits the narrative what Chris talked about a while ago. You'll see settlements, they become villages, then they become towns, then they be possibly cities based upon the first settlement, the first settler to say, or the org that says, this is home. Yeah, it's Pyro, but we're going to carve it out and make it our own and establish yourself in Pyro. And then you can hang your hat that, kind of similar to what they said about exploration, where you find a place and you make it home and you become a part of the lore. That could be the same narrative with a settler in Pyro or org that settles on a particular area or planet or moon on Pyro, and they put their heart, blood, sweat, and tears into making it a settlement. Who knows what CIG may do with that? They might even embrace it and give you NPCs to accompany you, as well as help you guard that place on a 24-hour cycle. Not
Makes
yet.
sense to me.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. Admiral, not as yet. But Richard Towler, as you were on Star Citizen Live, he did say that he chuckled, not probably embarrassment, but he chuckled and said, "Yep, we got to look at it because some lights are like, what the hell? I'm blinded. I need shades." But that's me putting words in his mouth. But he did say, "Wait a minute, the lights are on." He said they're going to rebalance that. So that's something that they're realizing and they're going to work on. But no, it's not there in the Vulture yet. Admiral, look, you see the what do you call it? The mandibles or the you see that only lights up the part where it pulverizes. Yeah, it's bored.
Absolute boo boo.
Yep. Steve said, "Wherever you crash your ship." Well, it goes to a Temptation song, Steve. I don't know if you know it, but Papa was a rolling asteroid. Wherever he crashed, he made his home. Real Exodus says, yeah, having a fight, gameplay included, etc. It's probably off from regardless if you win or lose. If you feel that you could have a chance, yeah, it will make a difference. Real Exodus, to the extent where you then pretty much establish yourself, or you set up a reputation. You inject yourself into the lore of the game. You then have a reputation of saying, I was one of the first who settled on this particular planet or moon in Pyro, and the circumstances did not scare me. And a lot of us, wink wink, Admiral Kemi65, said they were afraid to go to Pyro because of all the instances of problems. Scavenger. They didn't want to go there. They said, hell no, I'm not going there.
Like, I think a lot of people will go to Pyro, they'll see it, find if there are any hot spots when it comes to hand minables. But for the most part, you're going to have to worry about those solar flares, and the way that they're going, it's going to knock stuff out constantly if you don't turn it off before the solar flare hits. So you could be constantly repairing your habitation.
Correct.
Every time the solar flare is deployed, essentially.
Oh my God! I love you, Chief. You're helping me theory craft. What if you can create? Or what if this is another extra oomph for the Pioneer? What if for the Pioneer, let's say you buy your plot of land, right? Of course, it's not going to be 4 walls, but maybe it's a pod, 3 walls. What if the Pioneer, with the certain materials that can protect it from radiation, you compile those? Here we are crafting, Chief. Thank you for saying this. The Pioneer can be more than just. Go ahead, Chief. I think I planted the seed.
It could be like a shield that you would
have
on a ship, that it would surround.
Yes.
It would surround the habitation in like a bubble.
3 sides.
Like a dome, essentially. And you see it, and then as long as you have that up, you're protected.
Right.
But if it's damaged somehow, or somebody sabotages it,
then it has to you call them again. You call them again, and you keep a radiation suit until that wall gets redone by a Pioneer. And the Pioneer should have the ability to demolish all of it and rebuild it. A radiation wall. Now, depending on how the sun sets, or or around the perimeter of your property, on 3 sides.
Right.
So then, if the radiation is doing something or is coming your way, you can get behind the wall. But as far as your ab is concerned, you have that radiation wall to help you. But it gives more functionality
Shield
and
your
purpose.
electronics.
Ooh, that's a great one right there. Your electronics. That really opens the door for functionality and value of the Pioneer. They'll have more than enough work, as opposed to that's all it does is just build habs. It could you know, maybe lay out foundations and things of that nature. Let's say, like you mentioned electronics, solar batteries and things. Yeah.
Right. Good.
Creating paths, you know, a lot paths or roads. Why not? TIG. Or repairing of roads.
When you look at the habs of, I forgot the name of that moon in Pyro, but it looks like Tatooine.
Yes.
And the height of those structures are much taller than what the Pioneer could produce in its inner workings.
Mm-hmm.
So they would have to piecemeal it, in other words, to bring the structure into fruition. So that would mean you'd have to have the ability to piecemeal the foundation, wall, ceiling, all of the components involved with a habitation. And you just use a tractor beam to piecemeal them together, or if they want to have an additional mechanic where somebody holds it up and the other person puts the bolt in, or has some type of glue, whatever, they could come up with a more tactile way if they wanted to, outside of just snapping it together. But yeah, it definitely has to be piecemealed.
Yes. Congrats on that, Beefcake. Steve Callahan, you know I'm a stickler for 80s songs, so he says that Paul Young song, "Come Back and Stay for Good This Time." I know that song, Paul Young. 07 to that. Come back and stay for good this time. Every time you go away, you take a piece of me with you. Yeah, Paul Young. I'm familiar with him. I remember recently I heard with Paul Young, his wife, she recently passed away, and he's just getting his life back together, man. Shout out to Paul Young. Yep, I do know my 80s stuff, man. 07. Beefcake say he finally finished effing around with my PC parts list, ordering it, and it's a done deal. That's very nice, sir. Real Exodus says in many games when it's I can't come up with a good word for it, but like too free, easily turns to just Zurge over there and Zurge over there, and you better just dodge the whole thing and join a Zurge of people somewhere. Like just unstoppable ways of destruction, even PlanetSide has slightly this kind of these problems. Yeah. So yeah, to your point, Real Exodus, yeah. You need some defensive measures that will allow a person to settle, allow groups or orgs to settle, but not take over now. And again, when it's all said and done, there's a reason why there's Vandal territories. There's a reason why there's the edges of the UEE and the Vandal bump into each other. Now, when things get out of hand, you better damn believe it. You know, like with Xenothreat, at some point, we're gonna have the harvesters from the Vandal come in and wipe shit clean because things have gotten out of hand. And that's a great way to mitigate toxicity, that which is elite, not elite dangerous, but damn it, you know the name of that.
And Eve.
Eve Online. We don't want that. I don't want that. That kept me from wanting to play that game. Don't need it. The toxicity.
Yeah, well, you could lose money in that game. So I was like, nah.
Real money. I said, hell no. Hell no.
people buying ships and they get destroyed, never get it again. I mean,
Right.
they say you get a blueprint, but if you are constantly being destroyed to the point where you're unable to get the resources to build the ship,
Yeah.
you've just dumped a whole lot of money in the ground.
Yeah. That's true. That's likened to Star Atlas, where it's NFTs with these ships. It's a beautiful game. It uses Unreal Engine, but they're freaking using NFTs for ships. Oh my God.
Yeah, the funding model is very questionable. I have never put faith in a speculative asset as such as cryptocurrencies, but yeah, those who have faith in them are
More money than
quite the unique
sense.
person.
Oh damn. Admiral, he went on a diatribe here. The Pyro is a pirate sanctuary. The cost of a place no one wants to go to creates this zoo. Why don't people want to go there? Why don't people want to go there? Because the automatic changes with sun flares and then the additional ones from pirates themselves, accompanied with an understanding of the costs associated with this knows to stay away, or they're making deals under the table. But those risks could jeopardize your legal side of doing business. And there's, and again, what you're saying, Admiral, is absolute, that people will celebrate or actually take your word literally and stay away from. People, when what you said, there will be some people who will celebrate that and say, bring it on. I love the challenge. That's who I am. I'm in my own environment. Finally, I got the fish tank. I'm the shark. I'm not the guppy in the fish tank with the sharks. Now, I can be the shark because that is my narrative, or that's our org's narrative. So there's a flip side, and there's a part where the lore says that, but I think at the same time, SIG does not want that to be the narrative in stone. They want us to challenge it. They want us to make it our own. In other words, yeah, the lore says one thing, but the gameplay dictates how you do things. And we want to challenge that. We want to challenge that lore with the tools, the features, the gameplay mechanics, the organization, the communication, and how we go about our business, to say that I've carved out a niche that says otherwise. You're gonna have those rebels. You have the okay. I'm gonna hit a chord with you there, Admiral. You have the Republic. You have the Empire. The Republic says there's hope. You flip the narrative. It's still saying it's us against the universe, and we're gonna do it our way, baby. That's the dynamic that comes to the table when you're talking about Star Citizen. That you can go against the grain, just like the rebels. When the old Republic fell and the Empire took over, the rebels came back and brought the Republic back. There you go. But you're just flipping the coin, and it's the pirates saying, the scoundrels saying, "Hey, we're the hell with the UEE. They're bad, and they know they're criminals and bad." They're wolf in sheep's clothing. At least we're showing our colors and our flag. We're giving you the skull and bones. Right. We're who we are. And matter of fact, we're badasses. We can live in Pyro, but you can't. I love that. I love that dynamic and the boldness and the cojones to say that you can do that and then carry it through. You set your own narrative. You've carved yourself a true reputation in the game. The game didn't give it to you. You took that. You took that freaking reputation. You took that reputation, and it's yours. I love that. What other game gives you that? It's unscripted. The backers, the players can do this and get the respect.
Yeah, it all depends on the mechanics at play and what values are brought to that area.
That's right.
Pyro itself will be a system that is serviced rather than a system that produce.
Correct.
Because again, now that's if they
And it
stick
harbors.
to the lore,
Mm-hmm.
because the lore is the system is strip mined, therefore it can no longer be productive.
Correct.
So you're constantly servicing that location in order to live there.
Yes. And it's a suppository for goods, stolen goods, fenced goods. It's a way and means that
Yes.
they can store things now, and especially if you're gonna create hangars, and then you can buy more hangars. Imagine a warehouse where you can fence goods. You take them from Stanton, you bring them over to Pyro, you fence them back to the NPC gangs, and all of a sudden you have relationships with them. You have protection. Potentially, right? You then align yourself with them based on the reputation that you carved out with them, and all of a sudden, you may as well say that this is the best situation for you. It's probably better than Stanton in some cases because of the relationships you formed. But yet the narrative says otherwise, right? So what's myth? What's truth?
Right.
Holy smokes, man. But again, take this with a grain of salt because CIG can look and say, hell no, Kimmy, we ain't doing that. Are you crazy?
I think they'll do that to
The
certain
hell you
extent in
smoking?
unclaimed systems. But if once you get into controlled systems that UEE and the Xi'an and the Vandal, the Banu, all of the species in the game, you'll have to interact with their criminal system in any given system.
Correct.
And so
but imagine if the Vandal imagine if the Vandal would take walk around the neighborhood to procure resources at some point. And imagine
they're scavengers.
Yeah, exactly.
But they're like intelligent scavengers.
Yes.
There's a whole thing about it.
Warriors as well as warriors. Prideful warriors. I said to a dev, I said, I tested the master mode, and I said to him, I said, so and so, man, I tested, I tried out the Arena Commander master mode with Vandal. Didn't say I disliked it, but I just brought up a point, and I didn't say to hell, but now I'm in my mind. I'm like, why the hell am I getting missile spammed by Vandal? Whereas you're talking about warriors, man. These are warriors. That's a cop out. That's a wimpy way to take out an opponent, right? They're warriors, man.
Scenario. Well, in order to provide that warrior narrative, they would have to get you out of the ship, and then you fight hand-to-hand combat on one of their motherships or something.
Okay.
But for the most part, you're going to use the tools that are given to you to the best of your ability, and if that's missiles, then so be it. But I understand your warrior narrative. You would think that there is more skill involved rather than just hit the button and away.
Yeah.
the missile goes, So
yeah, I was expecting up close, and they dogfight. They get on your six. They're chewing away. They're nipping at you. They're basically breaking you down. Right now, if I take I can understand if I've gotten the best of them and they're on their last leg, they spam the hell out of me with missiles and say, "Go to hell, Kimmy. Go to hell." And it's like, you got me, but go to hell. And they send everything at me just to say, what did Khan say to Wrath the Khan? The Wrath of Khan? That kind of thing.
Oh man.
His last ditch effort was, from hell I spit at thee. Or something like that, right? That.
Right.
Other than that, the pride, the warrior in them, the instinctive warrior that they are, that they had so much pride that the veterans or the warriors did not even wear clothes when they went into space. And the distinctions between the fresh recruits or the new warriors that they would wear armor, but the seasoned and the more seasoned warriors didn't wear clothes. So I would love to have that lore translate into the dogfighting mechanics, that they're up close. I spit my last breath at thee. Yes. And the only time when they're gonna spam me with missiles is like they're about to one more shot and they're done, and they're like, yeah, here you go. But not when you're an arena commander and I'm like, damn, all these missiles out of everywhere. I'm like, come on.
That mode, I think it was originally designed for a squadron of 4.
Mm-hmm.
So
Scooby.
That experience definitely needs to be balanced.
Yes. Yep. And that's perfect for Arena Commander. The feedback, that's exactly what it's for. But yeah, I would say, keep with the narrative. Understand that this is who they are. They're prideful warriors. Now, I can see the Tavaran firing missiles from at a distance. And they have a ship that's based on that. Remember? There are the 2 ships that they have. One is missiles, one is lasers.
A fighter.
Yeah. Right. And they coordinate.
And then a combat ship.
Yes. The Genesis device in this situation room. I think CIG needs that, Scuba. I hope they introduce that at CitizenCon, where we get several, 2 to 3 systems a year. Oh my God, that would be huge. That would be a wish list.
Year?
Yes.
I
2?
would say 2 to 3 systems a quarter.
Oh, I love it. There you go.
Now I might be pushing it. Okay,
why not?
every 2 quarters then we get at least 10 a year. So
oh my God, yes.
5 every 2 quarters.
Yep.
And again, like they said, they've got the tools. They hit the button.
Mm-hmm.
The planet's created. Now they hand it off to the artist. They do a little hand touch on it.
Yeah.
Boom. If there's a landing location, boom, put it down. Okay, if there's a narrative, get with the writers, get with the lore team. Put the narrative in, and then whatever bases that need to be put out, outposts and so on and so forth. That stuff is fairly automated for the most part. They just got to go in and hand touch a few things if they want to make it unique, which is doable.
Yes.
So I just think there are people that can do that in a short amount of time. I've seen it done in other engines, but again, I don't know the inner workings of Star Engine, so there could be a bit more of a headache than your traditional engine. So only time will tell, because eventually that'll be in our hands, because they said mod support will be a thing. So
oh wow, yeah,
we'll definitely see.
Yeah. And I think that's another thing too, Chief, to your point. Starfield has officially said in 2024 they're coming with the official mod tool. So you look at that, CIG has to look at that and says challenge accepted. When those mods start coming in 2024 and people enthusiastically approach or attack and go in, you can't have 1 or 2 people, a handful of people changing that game so dynamically that at a certain point you start looking at Starfield and it's like, wait a minute, they did this and how long did it take to, wait a minute, hold up now. You don't want that. You don't want that conversation to be a thing, CIG. We don't need that. And it's not to say, in all fairness, you congratulate success, give them credit where credit is due, but don't sit on your laurels and sit back and watch while that happens and unfolds before you, and you don't have a counter to that. Shame on you if you sit back and let that happen. That's on you. At the very least, that's freaking on you.
Just have
and I don't want that
server option.
Yeah,
and you can have the ability to mod it at the very least. So
a private server, does that Would that be a subscription based, Chief? Marketing, hello.
It would have to be with the way I guess the game works, since it's a cloud-based tech. You would have to have access to the cloud.
Yeah, that would be marketing all the way, right up their alley. To subscribe to private servers for modding. So then that
AWS
costs,
gladly provide.
Yes. Yep, they will provide it. Do you have to manually go set the boxes and yes, salvage boxes. Would be cool if the cargo room had automated or automatic tractor turret. You can program to stack boxes, or remote tractor. You can control from pilot to seat. Well, the closest thing right now, they did talk about, it was at a Bar Citizen. Was it last year? Was it this year? I think it was this year. Last year, I think. Yeah. It's a blur. That they did say that with the salvage units, the cargo bin, when it would open up, it would create a SEU cargo unit, that it would be on some sort of conveyor belt where it will just keep moving them. So like one is created, it opens, it spits it out. The other one, it pushes the other one out. It pushes the other one out. It pushes the other one out till it gets to the end of the track where you have to move them. That's as far as they talked about that, Real Exodus. Now, how tractor beams would work, not sure. But I think that's more of the tractor beams. And that's another thing. The tractor beams kind of fit the narrative what we just saw with Inside Star Citizen. For those who have not seen that, items that we can probably, like in the seat right here, I'll activate the tractor beam. It might do a like a turret mode where you will see a screen, and then from where I'm sitting, like especially this is Pirate's Paradise. Let's say that they have an empty ship that can carry a lot of cargo. They go hunting. And with the means of, or with the intentions of taking cargo back to Pyro. So they'll hunt down as a group, disable a ship. You know, we get the components. You'll be able, as opposed to blowing up everything or soft deathing. You don't want to do that. You want to get 100% of that cargo. You target engines. You cripple it. It can't move. You have a boarding party. You go on and maybe have a conversation. You ping them. Was that mic, the microphone where you can talk to the person and you negotiate terms of surrender. All right. Let's just say, go ahead, Chief. Go ahead.
In most scenarios, you gonna get clapped.
You're gonna get clapped. Or you might get slapped with a
or you might clap them. So it's a 50-50. But at the end of the day, it depends on how many numbers you got. If you are outnumbered, you just gotta lose when you lose, man.
Yes,
it happens.
Yeah, yeah. You're going out there winging it. You're playing risky and saying,
It's about that bottom line.
You're being cheap. You don't have Scuba Steve out there doing security for you. And then you're like, okay, you get caught with your pants down and you get slapped like a 4-ring pimp saying, hey, look, give it up. You give it up. They'll go ahead and load all that cargo. So let's say I'm on the pirate side. I'll be in my seat, activate the tractor beam. They open up or they move everything out in space. And then I just, from one point of view or vantage point, I will move it and bring it onto the ramp or the opening of the other ship. And someone inside will just stack it. And I'll just move around, just like the tractor beam. This salvage beam that I'm using, the tractor beam will pull stuff, and I'll manipulate it, sort of like the tool, the tractor beam tool, and move it to a close proximity. And people, boots on the ground, will stack it, and we're off and we're running, right before the law gets there. Or let's say you send an SOS. The changing of that narrative. while they're chasing you, you send out an SOS to UEE. They may or may not get there in time, but if that's the case, you loot and then you scoot. Amazing gameplay.
And that, I think a lot of that'll play into your reputation with the UEE.
Yes.
So if you are a high-ranking officer, they'll deploy reinforcements in no time.
Beautiful.
If you're just a low-ranking lieutenant, well, then you got some work to do.
If you have a parking fine, or you didn't clean that crime stat, shame on you for not getting it done.
Yep.
Then they won't hear you. You're on your own, essentially. Now, the other part of it is you can call your friends who may be in the game. You know, let's say you're 5 systems away. We get more systems in. They may not make it in time. But let's just say they're a system over and they jump in. That gameplay, the potential for layers to happen, and the instances are not scripted. It never gets old. There's no winners. There's no losers. It's just gameplay and things that you learn. That's the potential that they have. This is why I'm excited for them to move on to the next level. It's there.
Absolutely.
It's there. The game is speaking to us. It's not pooping in its diapers anymore. It's got a little walker and it's walking around.
No.
Okay.
This baby is 13 years old. We are teenagers now.
Still pooping, peeing in the bed.
Yeah. And you know what I'm saying? We got to get that cold cleaned out so no more peeing and pooping in the bed.
Yes.
And then get that.
Put the underoos on. Put the underoos on, son.
The CIG is not new, but they are still fairly young. But
yeah, they're learning.
Got a long way to go.
Yeah, they basically solidified their developers in house. They've solidified that, even to the extent who they hire next or who they're bringing in, whoever, coming from university onto the group. They have an established process. They know who they are development wise. Now it's just the sorting of, and this is, I'm kind of excited about the next, like Pyro. That's the new coding. Everything in Stanton is legacy. I think that's probably why we're still dealing with some issues, because it's all legacy. Everything that was in Stanton is from the beginnings. That's why they got rid of, everyone's lamenting Port Olisar, but it could have been one of the highest offenders of legacy code. Arena Commander, old, get rid of it, new coding. So going forward, there's potentially good dividends.
A lot of those menus we're still using Flash, and they're just starting to get all that stuff turned over to building blocks, which is more efficient.
Yes. C++, hello. A culling, what you would say, a culling of all legacy code, so that at the end result, when it comes to smashing bugs and finding the code that's the offender that's harming the game, they can eliminate it and it doesn't creep back. That's the goal.
Got to keep your eyes on the prize.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So yeah, get your Spectrum badge for Port Olisar, because it's got to go, man. It's got to go.
Oh, I could care less about Port Olisar. In fact, when that leaked info way back, it was like, I want to say it was like 2017, and there was some audio leaked about Port Olisar being destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
And then like 6 months later, there was an Inside Star Citizen and how they had made the mechanic of destruction for space stations. So it kind of correlated in a sense, like, oh, so they're making the tech to have things be destroyed or space stations to be destroyed. Maybe that'll be applied to Port Olisar and just have it fall into the pits.
That's beautiful.
Crusader.
Yep. I wanted to mention that, but yeah, you're spot on, Chief. What better way that they go ahead and do a Xeno threat, right? At Port Olisar,
Yeah.
and the attack is right on Port Olisar, or you have an instance where Idris's hammerheads come in and you try to protect Port Olisar. But it's what is that? Help me out here, Scuba Coffee. The when Captain Kirk, he was at Starfleet Academy, and there was that no-win situation. The Kobe, or what is that? The Maru, that one mission he kind of cheated on, but it was like a no-win situation. I would love for them to make an event and just call it Xeno, or verbally it would be like a Xeno threat, but it would be an all-out attack on Port Olisar. Bring Idrises, bring Hammerheads, Kobayashi Maru, 07 to Coffee. Make that a Kobayashi Maru event when it's come time for Port Olisar to go. Have everyone that can get in defend it, but make it a no-win situation. And at the end of the
you're gonna lose.
You're gonna lose no matter what.
You can respawn.
But you can be insane because you're expecting the result to be insane. Let it be insanity in its truest form. It's gonna be insanity. But get in there and make a difference. Fight the good fight. But what I would love, hold the line, baby, hold the damn line. But Chief, what the end result of that, what I would love, damn, but it said Crusader. I would love for that thing to kind of, if they could do this, if Orison was Crusader was actually a planet or a moon, let's say that they would blow bits of it, or we see remnants of it land on a moon, or it's destroyed and it goes into one of the moons and it's on the ground. And that would be the remnants of Port Olisar, and a marker to say, here lies Port Olisar, the last vestige of freedom. Xeno threat or whoever. May they rot in hell.
Have a memorial down
A memorial, yeah. Go on. Watch this.
Well, there's I think the tank battle in Arena Commander, there is a map on Daymar with pieces of Port Olisar on it.
Oh wow. Oh, very nice.
They could be, coming up with something that Port Olisar could get blowed up. Pieces of it go to Crusader, and then pieces of it are ejected out towards Daymar, and then one day you're flying in and you just see a piece falling down, like, whoa, this is real time. Yeah, it just happened.
Yeah. Or a commander, like the platforms that you can visit at Orson. Is it Orson? Maybe a part of that crashes onto that platform, and they make it a memorial and say, here lies the remnants of Port Olisar in the Battle of Xenothreat, or something of that nature. And it's memorialized that way, and it's a part of the lore, and it's there, and you can visit it. It's a burned out shell. You go in and see the insides or partial inside of it, and you look and say, I remember that. Holy shit. That would be cool.
Yes, sir.
And leave the platform.
Dynamic events in Destiny 2.
Oh, really? Oh, nice.
Yeah. There was I forgot the name of the battleship, but it was the end of the Red War, and the narrative was we destroyed the ship, but it crash landed on Earth. And if you were logged in at the time when it was supposed to crash land, you saw it real time. So
yes,
it was an experience to be a part of, and I certainly hope CIG can do something like that within their engine.
Holy smokes!
Just imagine you just hauling cargo, and all of a sudden you see in the station.
What the hell is that in the sky?
In the atmosphere. What the hell is going on?
Look up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a flame.
It's a flame. Then you look in the chat like, oh, there's a whole war going on in
wait
chat.
A minute. Yes. And then at the end of the thing, And then you'll hear Xenothreat. There's,
We'll be back to finish the job.
you're like, you
Yes,
sons
sir.
of. Oh. Oh, it would just be so much
man,
fun.
It'll be a great moment to experience.
Oh my gosh. Capture that moment, have video of it, and it be, at the memorial you have actual snippets of the video. Oh my god.
Yeah.
And hold on to that.
Mhm.
Woo. You talking about
That's
some
history
serious immersion.
of the game.
Yeah. Some serious immersion. And I think that holds the thing where we're talking about, what is that, the Mako, the variant, the news van, when we have events and people can take snippets of video, and then you then project that and keep that in bars, the news of the week of events that happen. Or if, let's say, you're on a planet somewhere or in Pyro, and you take a snippet of that event and you broadcast it to the next system, and it gives you news of the week. That holds a gameplay feature for the Mako. Or let's say on the 890, you have a really cool party that's going on, and you capture footage of it. Content creation within the game.
Absolutely. Definitely.
Or people advertising, or advertising to say, hey, come live out here on the moon of Pyro. It's great out here. You're promoting an org within the game, and you're giving a little snippet of what you've built there, and people will come, whether to be a part of or means of, to say, I'll try to take advantage of that and utilize that or pirate that area. Challenge accepted. But it's never a dull moment.
As long as there's a motive, somebody will certainly provide it.
Yes, for sure. But again, they just need time. They need the tools. They need the gameplay features. Like you said, Chief, the building blocks. And then we can realize and we can utilize that and leverage that into gameplay that won't be scripted like a single player game. That's the thing. That's the disadvantage of a single player game, where you kind of like, once you run through it, as fun as it can be, once you've run through it. Yeah.
Well, don't shut yourself too short now, because with the innovation of
AI,
Chat GPT,
yep,
it can make up a whole entire story on fly. So they could make these single player environments more dynamic than what they currently are. And all they just have to do is have a good database set for the AI.
I happily stand corrected. Yeah, I love that. That's true.
So, I mean,
at some point,
that's if they take advantage of that technology. So, it's certainly, the potential is there.
Yeah, it will revolutionize games as we play it. Intelligence.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I stand corrected.
It'll give the ability for the lore team to basically inject all kind of data sets about the lore of the game, and then Chat GPT just comes up with a narrative, and then we just follow behind it.
Or they segue, or they bounce off each other, where they can accept or incorporate those processes into their narrative or their lore, in order to expand or put layers. Same thing as mission givers. 1 second, I got a bio break. 1 second, I've been holding it, man. It's been the conversation's been so damn good. 1 second. Whoa, be right back.
Yes, sir. Oh, you still hot.
07. And he's back. Killer obstructed.
Oh yeah, we need to offload.
All right.
Take the helm.
All right.
Once you get us in front of
All
you.
right. I'll just get us right in position, and I need a drink anyway. Perfect.
Copy.
All right. She's in position. Chief, I hope that we get hole munching like maybe this year, but I kind of suspect that it may bleed over into first quarter, or is hopefully that's relatively soon still. But I want to see the hole munching. That's going to be huge. Where it will help the system. When we actually remove those that data, we remove that tech debt by totally demolishing the ship. Any traces of it disappear by hull munching. That kind of helps the server with tech debt, or through PES. When things persist, you have all these remnants of ships everywhere. And we kind of discussed this like months before when we were going through the days of 318. And help me, y'all, if you remember, where ships would be damaged or destroyed, and they were all around, littered all around the space station. Now, what do you do about that? Do you keep them there, or do you allow players to initiate or utilize the fully realized version of salvage and just go hole munching and eat everything around that station and make money for it? That's a conversation that needs to be had. Or do you want CIG to say, for certain zones, especially around space stations, and you have the advent of players, let's be real, troll, utilizing that gameplay to upend other people's gameplay experience just to cause trouble, pure and simple.
Right.
Do you want them to go ahead and call, in other words, maybe have those kind of damaged ships disappear or not stay in that zone around space stations? Or do you want players, or do you want to put it into the players' hands, CIG, and allow them to munch those ships? Maybe perhaps creating mission givers to say, hey, there's a cleanup job around the space stations. I think people, and especially if we have at some point working NPCs, that at some point, if no one gets them, NPCs will have maybe sections of that space station that will generate your a cleanup crew, a reclaimer, if it's a large number, or a certain number of ships, or a certain size of ships that are hanging around, broken or damaged, destroyed. Maybe they have the ability to spawn a reclaimer or a number of vultures and come in and just break that thing down systematically, and have the Starfarer to siphon fuel or whatever and put that back into the economy. Or do we all leave it up to maybe a mixed bag? I don't know. But at the same time, we don't know if the system will be robust to handle that. But at least that will be conversation.
I would say if it's inhibiting the social area, then just clean it up fairly quickly with the back end tech. Now, if it's outside of a hangar, when I say outside, it's got to be at least 2 kilometers away from the station.
Blocking the doors.
You leave the if it's blocking the doors, get rid of it. Get a tractor beam, get it out the way.
Yeah.
Now, but if it's two clicks away, leave it there for the player. And then obviously there's going to be a time limit for the persistence of that, unless they can make recording that data efficient. Then leave it there forever.
Yeah. Especially when it comes to, let's say you have an area that will utilize cargo, and people will know that, players will know that, and it says, I'm going to throw a monkey wrench onto cargo running and just maybe spam that with destroyed ships because I want to hold up the missed hull C, D, and E. And I know that it's going to be a detriment of the gameplay. So I love it because I want to create chaos, anarchy in the game. So yeah, in that instance, Pez should come in and say, nope, if I see the state in this way, and a timer will activate and say that, or there's no mission givers around that pertaining or stuck to that, remove it. Because you need the gameplay of the economy to happen, and then people will find ways to try to bottleneck. So yeah, go ahead and remove it.
And plus, you need NPCs to be able to navigate fairly easily without being obstructed every 15
Agreed.
meters.
Definitely agreed. But I can only imagine, man, the conversations I would love to be in their meetings and hear about. That would be an interesting thing, Chief. Like kind of like Evocati, but I don't know. But this is just me talking. Sort of like Evocati, have people, a certain number of people or something, involved with discussions about that. That would be really interesting. Outside of CIG, that they could discuss gameplay implications and things that nature. But then there's the chance that it could be leaked, or they can just reveal too much to people, and they're man, you telling too much. I would be tempted.
I've always told folks, if you make something exclusive or if it's a secret, somebody's gonna leak it.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
rather than have it being treated as, oh, this is secret, nobody should need to know, it should be an open discussion.
Yeah.
When it comes to mechanics of that nature and the economy.
Yeah.
So you want as many perspectives as possible so that you can create a cohesive, balanced economy and mechanics to allow the game to thrive within its own ecosystem. So
agreed.
Trying to restrict that information or
bottleneck it,
feedback, it's not ideal.
And it makes you, it's also, it opens the conversation of, at some point, what's more important, delivering on the game that they talked about, or is it more important just to say, I can't let you know because it's spoiling a surprise? I think at some point, do we let go of that? I think they're kind of doing that with Arena Commander, Chief, where they're bringing in, like they say, experimental things, and they're bringing it to the forefront. And, at some point, that kind of needs to kind of have a place to, to go away, as far as keeping things so secretive, the mystery of some things. Some things I don't think they need to do that.
Right. But if it's a narrative aspect, I can understand. But if it's a mechanic, okay, that's different. You need, because that's where the player interacts with the game, is the mechanic.
Yeah.
And when it comes to like narrative things, you as a player, they're only going to give you the option to either you win or you lose in whatever scenario.
Yeah.
So that is fairly cut and dry, but the mechanics are definitely a bit more dynamic when it comes to a discussion.
Yeah.
About it.
And well, kind of like what they talked about, kind of like the mechanics with that's pertaining to Squadron 42.
Right.
Bring that to the forefront because, EVA, they kind of, I'm going to use that as an example. The EVA component. That has nothing to do with revealing Squadron 42. I think we need those kind of mechanics sooner, like vaulting over things, running and sliding. It may not be ready, but I guess they're saying it's not ready or it's not in a state where.
Well, I thought vaulting was in 320.
Mm-hmm. I think I might have heard something like that.
But I could be wrong. I don't know.
But those kind of mechanics, get them out as soon as you can so you can get the feedback. And there's a lot of backers who test it and really, really, really highlight the pluses and the positive and negatives of that, and give good feedback so that once we are ready to once they're ready to release Squadron 42, those mechanics, the negatives will be vetted out. The negatives will be refined where, 100% you're not going to have everyone on the same tape, on the same channel of, oh, this is great. There's a consensus that says, this is great. Everyone says, well, the reality is you want to get a higher percentage of people liking it. Maybe let's say if you have 86% that says, hey, this is great or this works, they're not going to stop it from coming out. They're going to say, we got a consensus of 86%. Well, damn, in a perfect world, they're at 90%. We're going to move forward. Yes. They're going to move forward, and they got to, get it in our hands so that we can give you the feedback. But don't say this is how it is and it's complete, and then they really reveal the cracks in the gameplay, and then people say, I think they're right. Those the backers who did chime in on that, they're absolutely right. And then all of a sudden you're stuck with, we're going back to the drawing board. Oh my God. That's the frustration part right there. That's where it gets frustrating. That they go back to the drawing board and they didn't keep us in the loop of that.
Right. That really boils down to having good designers and programmers.
Yes.
So, for the most part, everything they have created is efficient, I guess is the word, or is pragmatic for the game, rather. So there can be a different approach for certain things, but like you said, you just gotta get consensus, hammer it down, and move forward.
I agree. But sooner than later, we need those mechanics. But I guess that all falls under 4.0, Chief. Those mechanics are, there's going to be quite a few things. But then once that's released, then we have the basis to say, okay, we got fundamental mechanics that will now shape how we're going to play the game, not just for the Precision Universe, but for Squadron 42 as well. They all tie in together. They make sense. And then as we get muscle memory of how to utilize those mechanics in the PU, now when you're talking about playing Squadron 42, it's kind of like riding a bike as far as getting through the mechanics and accomplishing things to successfully go through each mission and keep moving on to the ending of the game. That goes to FPS. That speaks to dogfighting with the master modes. It speaks to being in the turret. It speaks to repairing. I would imagine that, kind of what they're doing with the hammerhead or the relay system, will probably be stationed somewhere on the ship and have to be a Scotty at some point in some aspect of the game, in order to keep functionality until whatever the parameter says that we've succeeded, and then we move on to something else, or keep repairs of going until they can abandon ship. It's no telling, but I'm just throwing it out there that
Right.
we're going to experience those things that will be mission parameters in Squadron 42. But some will say, I don't give a damn about Squadron 42. Just give me the PU. And some
Well,
people,
you tell that to Chris,
I
and
know.
he gonna look at you crazy.
Yeah. He said, this is why, this is the thing that got us going. This is the thing that put us on the map for Persistent Universe.
That sparked it.
Yes.
Yeah, it sparked the
Big Bang.
the fire for sure.
Yep, that was the big bang. Squadron 42. And now you have a universe.
I can't wait to play it. I know some people don't want
I
Squadron,
got to,
but
man.
I can't wait to play it. We got some good actors in there.
Yes. I mean, damn good actors.
That's AAA content
Yes.
right there.
Hearing Admiral Bishop speech, blasting the hell out of it, and just getting chill bumps, just hearing it, and interacting with the the lieutenants, the admirals, the captains of the ship, and they're giving me orders, and hearing Mark Hamill. Man, I'm all in for that. I am all going on a mission with Mark Hamill. I'm all in for that.
Absolutely.
Holy smokes, man. And just even the Vandal King, that's the guy who played Gollum, Andy Serkis, who played Alfred in the newest Batman movie. Hearing his voice. There was a demo out with his voice, and encountering him. The pirates, actors who were portraying the pirates. You're gonna have a showdown with them. Those experiences, man, just will kind of ingrain themselves in your memory and your emotions. That you're going to be in circumstances that will have the heart pounding. The adrenaline rush will come. I don't care what you think, like say what how you're going to criticize it or saying whatever, but in the moment, the sounds, the interactions, and being in the middle of that experience, and the aspect of the AI, they're searching you out. They're checking behind every freaking box you're hiding, and you better have gun or knife ready at the ready when they come around that box or crate that you're hiding under, and it's going down. You take them down with a knife and you grab their weapon and you fire on the other enemies. That kind of aspect is going to be a part of the game. Adrenaline rush. Beefcake says, Mark Hamill, Mark Strong, Liam Cunningham, Andy Serkis. This is going to be crazy. What the fuck? They're actually using some of their money. I just thought they were going to buy mansions and leave us dry. Yeah, a Scully from X-Files. Rona Mitra. She did the Werewolf series. She did what is that? This apocalyptic movie. She's been in a lot of movies. Mark Strong. He did what is that spy movie? These agents. He played in He played in Shazam. He played in a lot of different movies. Mark Strong, great actor.
Yep.
Liam Cunningham, Game of Thrones. Yep, I know who he is. I mean, they're there. Their voices and Commissioner Gordon from Batman Begins, Gary Oldman. Kingsman, there you go, Coffee 07. The Kingsman, that was a great series to watch. Crazy. Grimsby was goated. Yes. It's crazy, man. I mean, they're just, when his brother sucked, saved his life, it was truly a heroic moment. I cried. Holy gosh, man. Okay. It's just, yeah. And to say you're going to pass that up, I can't pass that up. Seeing and interacting with.
That's too much talent.
Too much freaking talent.
Way too much
Yeah,
talent.
Gimli from Lord of the Rings. He was in the recent and the past Indiana Jones movies. Come on, man. David Rise, Rise Davies. '07. It actually happened in the film. Holy smokes. But no, that's I can't pass on that opportunity. And matter of fact, I bought Squadron 42. I better play it start to finish. And there's tie-ins and there's incentives to play it. Why we should play it. It whatever the outcome and however you play the game, it will shape and influence who you are in the lore and how you're received in the persistent universe once you've played the entirety of the game. And there's 3 chapters. I mean, it's so many episodes in the first chapter alone. And then we don't know how many in chapter 2 and 3, but it's long. I mean, you're going to get your money's worth. But in the meantime, Chief, what I love about that is for people who do play, you're not going to be worried about the persistent universe. And so hopefully that will be a gap in time that the developers can go in and do whatever they need to do to bring another level of completeness to the persistent universe while we're playing Squadron 42. That's the intention. Starfield stole so much. Hate to say it, Starfield has scared me for Star Citizen's story. We were Bad Habits. I think Chief was mentioning that too. That the mission givers, he said, are really excellent for from Starfield, and that he would love to see that in some way or shape or form be incorporated or give inspiration to CIG in that regard to bring that over. If we get the NPCs to kind of cooperate and play nice, once we get the foundational tech that will allow them to utilize more allocated resources their way, that we can get that kind of story mission giver interaction from NPCs, kind of like what Starfield does. But again, you this is why. Yeah, Chief, go ahead.
Well, I said they have the talent, so I mean it's just a matter of implementing it.
Yeah, exactly. And like you threw in there the Chat GPT, the AI, to give variables of at that moment you might turn left as opposed to at that moment you go right, or there's a fork in the road that changes what they do. That keeps it fresh.
Yeah. Indeed. It's gonna be an ever evolving. Especially with 3 episodes, I suspect if the first one goes well,
yes,
Chris might get a little happy and might
kind of relief
more than just 3.
He'll be sleeping better at night. Yeah, you're gonna be sleeping a lot better at night.
It'll be in the hands of those who are, come after Chris, because I mean he's getting old too, so I think
that's
it's
true.
Another 30-40 years for the man.
Wow.
So you've got to hopefully they have a mantle to transfer to. Yeah. And the narrative of Star Citizen is solid. Yeah. Has a good foundation to pull from, essentially.
Would you say that person would be Benoit? Could it be someone like Benoit on that level? Or would he be more privy to say, no, man, I like keeping my sleeves rolled up? Who would that be? That would be a very interesting thing. Would they bring somebody outside to do that?
I mean,
his youngest daughter, she comes in and it is like, okay, Dad,
could be that.
hold my
Yeah.
hold my smoothie, Dad. She'll come in. You never know.
It all depends on what
You never know.
parameters are at bay. It's hard to say at this point. There's really no one that really stands out that has that vision that Chris does per se.
Or it could be a collective. It could be a collective of leaders within the studio, not just one person. I think it could be very well a collective that are working together, coordinated together. A hive, sort of like a think tank / hive mentality that will be able to communicate, be fair, and effectively accomplish their goals. And as long as they have a board that actually looks at it and say, okay, we're effectively moving on and we're moving towards prosperity, productivity, the board is there as a safe hold to say, we don't have confidence, we need to elect another leader or a form of new leaders. Then, yeah, effectively they should be able to vote and allow flexibility to ensure that the viability is always moving forward.
Indeed.
But I don't think this is going away anytime soon. When you're talking about SpaceX, you're talking about NASA, you're talking about China, you're talking about other nationalities on the cusp of going to the Mars.
Star Wars has been around for 30, 40 years.
It's not even
Star
slowing
Trek.
down.
And there's all kinds of genres when it comes to the space sci-fi category, but it's just, you gotta have an imagination, set that narrative, and then capitalize on that.
Yeah. And there are some who will say that it's ingrained in our DNA, Chief. It's literally ingrained in our DNA, and it's who we are, and that's who we're evolving to. Whether you believe that we're becoming gray men or not, or we come from a distant galaxy that we're truly, we're looking for aliens when we're actually the aliens in this part of the galaxy itself. You have that debate, you have that conversation. It's not going anywhere.
Oh no, it'll always be here.
Yes, and it feeds into who are we? Where do we truly come from? And where are we going? And so the gap or the vehicle to all that is the fact that man can move beyond his birthplace and find another place or location within this huge universe. It's just collectively being able to collaborate together and work together and forge forward. Once we get the selfishness out the door, once we get the childish behaviors out the door, the so-called leaders that we have, they need to be recycled, literally. Done away with.
Indeed.
It is nothing about politics. It's about the survival of humanity in itself. They're idiots.
Yeah. Humanity
Laughable.
can do much better than the economy can.
Laughable. To say that your pride is hindering the evolution of mankind. Your greed is stopping the evolution of mankind. Shame on you.
It's a sad day.
You're the worst of what mankind can be. And mankind has to recognize and evolve and become the best it can be.
It is a requirement in order to not to go extinct. But you know,
One word: supernova.
oh yeah, that'll happen in due time. But you know,
We might have,
people
it might even
even-
not matter because at the rate we're going,
Yeah, I mean,
a
it
goddamn supernova won't even matter. We'll self implode.
well, we could also have a miscalculation. We never know. Could run out of hydrogen a lot sooner than
Global warming,
last measured.
carbon effects. We're literally choking ourselves to death. Even the ocean is telling you enough, enough.
Indeed.
It's about that bottom line, baby.
The universe will speak its truth, man.
Oh yeah, whatever needs to be revealed, it'll be there
Yes,
for all to see.
yes. This vehicle here. It puts aside a lot of the negativities of humanity, and it brings about the best of humanity when we're talking about space exploration, discovery, the science, the evolving, the building, not the destruction, but the building, and the advancement of technology to leverage that advancement of mankind. It's the best that we can be. It's the best side of who we can be. That's where we need to hang our hat.
It can be done. Just have to have the will to do it.
Yes. Have the will and the I can attitude. And move the ego out of the way. And just let's collaborate. Collaboration and openness
Is key.
It's very key, Chief. And the value of the collective. Everyone has a part to do. Everyone has a word. Everyone has a level of respect.
Right.
And that's, it reflects in the gameplay of Star Citizen. Some of the best gameplay, this side of gaming, literally, is when you have a number of people accomplishing a goal together. And that's the cooperation of it. It's some of the greatest gameplay that you can have. You can't make it up. And it's so fulfilling. It's so fulfilling. And rewarding at the same time.
It's about that bottom line, baby.
Let's make it happen, Captain.
Get her done.
Get her done.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see if we get salvage munching, given that we were
It's
shown
close.
a concept
We're so close.
like what, two weeks ago, I want to say.
Yeah, they were doing the R&D, and I thought that was pretty cool. And how they have to keep tech debt down in the process. But once it's done and demolished, that will be a not a detriment, but a godsend to the tech debt, because it no longer will exist on the database servers. It will be converted into SCU, which will become converted into profit. but to see that happen before our eyes, and at some point, I would love to see an update to that. Whether it's the, I kind of say, we probably won't see that at CitizenCon. I would be shocked, but I could definitely say, yeah. Go ahead, Chief. You said,
Salvage munching?
yeah. You don't think we'll see it?
That could be. Well, I think we'll see it. I mean, they already got the concept.
Yeah.
And they just have to iron out some back end issues because things weren't spawning correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'm a bit more optimistic when it comes to their technical challenges.
Yeah.
And they've overcome pretty much every challenge that's been tossed their way, given enough time. And that's just the main issue, is the time that it takes to get overcome.
I'm laughing, Chief, because I say I put a little humor into it, and maybe there's a sense of realism here. Whoever those devs are that are working, if your ass want to get promoted, go ahead and give that to Chris so he can put that into the presentation for CitizenCon. Not only that, but look at this video on hole munching. Promotion coming at the end of the year, baby. If that ain't incentive for you, Dev.
They showed you the arm for the reclaimer works. They can grab stuff.
Oh my gosh.
You can move it around. And they got the tractor beam, although it's not in 320, but it'll eventually come online for the Hull C, and you'll be able to tractor beam your cargo while on the ship to wherever you want on the ground.
Right. Now, granted,
on another ship.
Granted, within the structure of how things work, let's say you're working under Todd Pappy, of course, right? Because he's director of the PU. But once you hand that tech over to him, do not be discouraged, because he's going to hand it over to Chris. Chris is going to announce it. And you may not get that love right away, but it may translate into $ for you for getting it done. And you're going to be recognized for that. Trust me.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Man. But that gives CR something to possibly utilize or conversate about, whether it's during CitizenCon or whether it's given over to Jarrett to add to Inside Star Citizen as part of a feature that's coming online, and that it's narrowed down and you've pretty much locked it in. That's a huge breakthrough for the whole game loop, that basically is saying that it's sustainability for the game. This stuff like this, I say it's industrial. These kind of game loops will keep people engaged with the game. This is how the game survives, because then you're talking about multi-crew operations. Collectively speaking, you're accomplishing goals. This keeps people coming back to the game and having fun.
At the end of the day, as a gamer, you want a decent loop that makes you happy.
For sure.
If you can't get that loop, then you're gonna have that frustration. And right now, Star Citizen, there is a bit of a loop that you can do as far as reputation with the different factions in the given jurisdiction that you choose to go to. But beyond that, there's really nothing else to loop back around and keep doing. I guess PvP to a certain extent, but again, there's really no meaning to that outside of, oh yeah, I just want to shoot them up, bang, bang, and throw some missiles or whatever, which is fine. There's nothing problematic with it, but it gets in the way of what you really should be doing, is fighting over territory, corralling your org to go to war with another org and try to take over a certain area, or gather resources to make an Idris, or to salvage the bin goal that one will be salvageable.
Yes.
So, but it'll be interesting to see how all that'll play out. But they
Yes.
just have to get those loops in, so people can come in, do their little routine, have that interaction if they want to, and then go back to doing whatever they were doing in their real life.
Yes. As
Rinse and repeat.
Yep. If I had to channel Muhammad Ali, if your gameplay doesn't have a loop, your gameplay is gonna droop.
There you go. Yep.
Is that simple. That's what's gonna keep people into the game. CIG. The more game loops you actually present, and yeah, and it's not to ignore your fighting ships, but let's face it. It's not to ignore them. Every now and then, give them the fighter ships that we need, because we need them for security. But let me tell you, your key to success. The Perseus. That's what we need. Yes. Perseus versus a hammerhead, or a couple of hammerheads. That would be beautiful. Yep. That's that. You make a great point. That kind of interaction will bring people too. Then that's dog fighting. That's warfare. That gameplay. Yes. I stand corrected. Chief just corrected me, everyone. He just corrected me, because I was going to say that industrial is almost the only way to go to sustain the game. He just corrected me. He basically said, wait a minute. If you bring in the relay capital gameplay, where people can actually work like a la Star Trek, and they're on a ship together, you have all sorts of scenarios of dogfighting where it's not of them trolling. It's them actually hunting down, looking at, testing their mettle against capital ships. It's a perfect marriage of dogfighting. I stand corrected. Thank you, Chief. You have the best of both worlds. If you can leverage both of those aspects of the game, like the gameplay loops of industrial, and you have the gameplay loops of the pipeline system, the true multi-crew aspect of Star Citizen, you open the door for PvP on a totally different level. People will be chomping at the bit just to do PvP on different levels, different scales. Man, oh my gosh. Oh my freaking gosh. And then you're going to actually... Yeah, go ahead, Chief.
Well, no, I'm just going to say the possibilities are in abundance when it comes to the gameplay that is provided with the mechanics that are given. So if we can get the tools in our hands, it'll certainly flourish itself over time.
Yes. And you get the sandbox within the sandbox, which is now Arena Commander. Man,
yes,
that will totally open up Arena Commander like we've never seen it before. They might even have to have a few servers. In other words, those servers will be flooded with people utilizing the Hammerhead versus the Scorpiuses, arrows, going toe-to-toe against a Hammerhead or Hammerheads or the Perseuses.
Right.
Wait, Henry Cavill, Beefcake, welcome to the party. The true super dude. Oh man, that's my dude right there, Henry Cavill. I think I spoke to him too at one time. I texted him or something, and he responded. But yeah, that's my dude. Yeah, All-Star. He was in that. Yeah, go ahead, Chief.
Not just says Superman. That's all.
Definitive. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not. Now, any of you Shiver Bathory, if you're out there, stop it. He's Christopher Reeve. He will live and die on that hill. with Christopher Reeve. I'm not I'm not throwing out there anything. Is I respect that. You know, I know the adage, you will believe a man can fly. That's the era. He's the Superman of that era. But Henry Cavill, dude, they Warner Brothers, just as great of a job you did with Batman Begins, The Dark Knight Rises, Christian Bale, Chris Nolan, as great as you were with that. Oh my gosh, Warner Brothers, James Gunn. This has nothing to do with you. This has nothing to do with you, and I'm not throwing shade on you, but dude, Warner Brothers dropped the freaking ball. They dropped the ball. They did him dirty, man. They did him dirty. Damn. So disappointed in y'all in that. I don't know what, you know, and they could probably say, Kimmy, you don't know what happened behind the scenes on that. But on the outside looking in, or the, you know, on the surface, dude, he did everything right. He put work in. He filled the suit out nicely.
Indeed.
I would even have said if they did the infinite universe thing, where they kind of, what they did with the Flash and things of that nature, where roles were brought back and things of that nature. And I said to myself, I theory crafted, you know, that when they were talking about they were going to bring back, they're going to bring, they're moving away from Ben Affleck, and they're going to do this older Batman. That's the premise, that the Brave and the Bold, they're going to bring in a Robin, and, you know, the Ra's al Ghul thing, and the Damian Wayne, the son.
Mm-hmm.
I would not been opposed to them actually bringing Henry Cavill back, and you're looking at Henry Cavill as Batman. As crazy as that sounds,
I mean, it could work.
dude. He would have been the perfect
I'm
Bruce
not opposed to
Wayne.
it.
Oh my gosh! Because if you go back, you know, I'm an animated buff. I love the animated Batman, the animated series, and the Superman, the animated series. If you go back to one of the episodes, I don't recall the name of it, but it was an instance where Batman was missing. So was Bruce Wayne, and Superman. He ran one of his villains. He ran into one of Batman's villains in Metropolis, and he says, "What are you doing out here?" And she said, "Well, it's so much crime. I can't pull a caper off because there's so many crimes that are happening in Gotham." And he said, "Wait, what?" And he went to investigate and realized Batman was not around. So it was like basically the nut houses took over the psychos took over the nut house in Gotham. And come to find out, it was Brainiac. Yeah, he kidnapped him and used nanites to take over his mind. But in the meantime, before they realized that, Superman put on the Batman outfit, and he was pretending to be Batman, and Robin was coaching him through how to do things the way that Batman did. So, yeah, man, Henry Cavill. Oh, I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm leaving it as that.
That would have been they could have made some money off that. That's for sure.
Holy smokes, man! That was actually Bruce Wayne. You're looking at it like, wait a minute, that's Superman. But wait, no. In this, multiverse, that is Batman. I was like, oh my God, that would be brilliant. Brilliant to bring him back to that capacity. He can do it. He could pull it off. He has the physicality, but then he could also play the Playboy Bruce Wayne role as well. And he would be the perfect age of him saying Batman is a little older, but oh my gosh. Yeah, man, that would have been, if you've seen the Mission Impossible with him in it, you'll see what I'm talking about. He has the physicality to pull that off.
I got to see another last Mission Impossible I seen was 3.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I think the latest one wasn't. I think the critics ripped it a new one, but I think it was pretty good, Chief. And it's a part 1. Yeah. They're having it in 2 parts, and I think Tom is getting up to that point in an age that physicality and that he brings to the roles. I don't know, man. He's pushing it.
He's getting there.
Yes.
I tell you what,
Yeah. He's pushing it.
I said to myself, man, he's still doing them stunts. I said,
Yeah.
wildin'.
Remember he broke his foot?
Still young at heart.
Remember he broke his foot, Chief? He jumped across the building. Yeah. It was like they had to stop filming production because of that. Wait for his foot to heal. Like, uh-oh.
Man, that's when you want that regeneration tech
Yeah.
from the Banu.
Oh, yes. Yes. Medical, man. Medical.
I tell you what.
You know, that bleeds over to, they're going to have conversation about medical too, where that's going to go, what tiers mean what. And unfortunately, it's going to make some people sad. It's going to cause some ships to be melted to,
Well,
upgrade.
You've already had that happen.
Oh,
Cutlass Red.
don't be mad at me, CIG, about that. Don't be mad at me.
But they did. I do give them, credit. They shouted out at the time that the Cutlass Red wasn't meant to be a spawn bed, but it rather would be a bed that can heal you or stabilize you to get you to the spawn bed.
Yes.
Per se.
Yep. Yes, that makes sense. Chief, cryo. Even though I think there's value in that, because at some point, with, like Chris said, with Death of the Spaceman, now it can evolve, it could change, but currently, based on the concept that he spoke on, you don't want to keep regenerating because you have limited amounts of regeneration. But if someone was to, let's say you're exploring, something happens, they can probably, what is that? If you're unable to walk, let's see, they'll use the
Medical beacon.
Yeah, medical beacon, or they can arrive and then they'll use the tractor beam and put you in that tube, and then you activate it and it puts you in cryo, or the medical bed. It has
Right.
a cryo. It freezes you basically, where it kind of puts you in a coma, a cold coma, a cryo coma that stabilizes everything. In other words, you're still hurt, but it prevents you from dying.
Right. Keeps from further damage taking place.
There's value in that, Chief. Even at a tier 1, I think there's value in that, and I think that will help them with people melting. It all depends on what those other tiers are and how far they go, because they've already talked about cybernetics.
Well, you have cybernetics and prosthetics.
Prosthetics, yeah.
So, yeah, I guess you could have the lower tiers only offer prosthetics, and then if
Middle?
you go to a place like ArcCorp, Empire Health, or if you're on a Carrick, you can get cybernetic
Right.
treatment.
Yes, Chief. I was going to segue on that. If there was a thought or a conversation on the tiers, I would say the first tier is with the Cutlass Red, right? And people want this. This is crazy. People want people want cybernetic parts, right? They'll purposely put their arm in a freaking whatever to get a cybernetic arm, right? So that tier 1 with the Cutlass Red, it can perform the surgery to give you cybernetics, and they're like hanging in the storage area, legs, arms, maybe an eye. I don't know. It's hanging in their storage. That's tier 1. cybernetics. The mid tier, those are your Apollos, right? So then you're saying, to your point, to your great point, prosthetics. They look similar to, they're not quite looking human, or they kind of look human, right? But it's a prosthetic.
Well, the old fashioned, it's essentially, there's no high tech pieces into it. It's more mechanical per se.
Right. Prosthetic.
The cybernetic, exactly, because cybernetic indicates some sort of chip from a CPU or whatever that's helping you do the balancing of your leg and so on and so forth.
Gyroscopes.
Right, gyroscopes. But a prosthetic wouldn't have that. It's because it's, I guess you could say, more primitive. I guess add-on for a human.
So that would be a lower tier. Would you say that's the lower tier as opposed to cybernetics?
Yeah, that would be the lower.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, I stand corrected.
Would be tier 1, and then prosthetics would be the
mid.
Poor man on the totem pole.
Okay, it's the low. So the prosthetics will be your cutlass, right? So
Correct.
then your mid tier would be your cybernetics, right? And then your top tier, which is coming from the Endeavor, let's say similar to when you go to the and this is with theory crafting it, but when you go to the hospital, you get that sample. So when you go on a mission, you have an Endeavor, or you meet up with someone in your org that's on an Endeavor. They get tissue samples, right? And let's say, God forbid, you go on a mission, and you have, at some point, we have creatures, they attack, and he just snap off a piece of limb like it's a drumstick or a leg. It's a drumstick, a buffet. You fight the creature off, you track the beam, or you put them on the medical bed, you get them back to the Endeavor, and you have, let's say, a couple of people. You have one bonehead, he didn't do the sample, he's all about gung-ho, let's get in the mission. You have the smarter player who gives the sample. They both, here's the scenario, they have multiple beds in the Endeavor. Johnny Flash didn't do a sample. He gets to, so that it plays out like this. He gets onto the medical bed. He might have to go a lower tier, because the Endeavor can go lower tiers because it's the freaking Endeavor. They don't have the DNA match. He gonna get the cybernetic. Now, Chief went and got the DNA sample. It may take a little while, so he has to stay in stasis. There's a time sink. They're gonna cybernetically, well, not cybernetically. They're gonna 3D print your organ, your limb.
Regenerate.
Yes, but with a time sink, and they're gonna perform the surgery to reattach that arm, your genetic match. Those are the tiers that I would love to see. And then with those tiers, they're interchangeable to this extent. Let's say which will kind of make it to a point where people will keep their ships as opposed to melt, because you don't want to say you have an absolute and there's a wall between them. You want to make that wall permeable. In other words, it translates back up to the top tier. So let's say you get the cybernetic arm for that mission with the Cutlass Red. You finish the mission, you're like, oh yeah, everybody else loved this cybernetic crap. It's like getting tattoos. Somebody's like, it's like a tattoo. I don't like tattoos. You go out, search an Endeavor or a hospital, you give a DNA sample, and they 3D print your other limb, and you go in to get surgery. Again, that's a crafting aspect of the game. That's a thing where it's a mission giver when in itself. It's part of gameplay. You go to an Endeavor or the hospital, and you get that cybernetic part. You sell it, yes, because it's recyclable, and you get your 3D printed organ, your limb or your leg replaced, or your eye, the eye patch or cybernetic eye, you get it replaced. Done. It makes it permeable.
That's a good loop there.
Thank you, sir. 07. I miss
Yes,
talking to
sir.
you guys,
07.
man. I love talking to you guys about the game and the possibilities. I miss this so much.
I think what you just spoke will come to fruition.
Oh shit!
And they, uh-oh. You didn't set your med bay, did you?
No, I didn't. Oh damn! It was the 890 Johnny. See, there I was Johnny Quick. You just seen an example of Johnny Quick. Oh, damn.
It's all right. I come pick you up.
Oh, damn. It never fails. It never fails. People are like, I will never crew up with Kimmy. You see, this is why I will not crew up with this guy.
It happened.
God damn it. We were talking about R-Corp, and when you get too close to it, and they're going to change a lot of this. We're probably going to have open spaces, parks, where, you know, you might have people on the run, where they kind of, you're going to have criminality on the underbelly of R-Corp. Maybe they will rob places on foot, and maybe you're hunting them in a hawk, and maybe the hawk will be allowed to, you know, fly lower at a lower altitude because they have a license as a bounty hunter. So they'll have that privilege of getting close, and kind of like the commercial that they had where they put a floodlight on the perp and they capture them with a non-lethal kind of weapon and then wrap them up.
Right.
Tag and bag, baby. On an urban level, bounty hunting on an urban scale. Hashtag facts, Admiral 07. And let it not be misconstrued. He's talking about, I will never crew up with Kimmy. That's what he's saying. Because that's Admiral. I know who he is. That's Admiral. Hashtag hater. Oh boy. All right, let me put some damn clothes on, man.
I'm about to get your body now.
Yes, sir. Oh, you did? You are? Okay, let me you have my clothes on there? Let me get my tighty whities on. I'll just do that. Get my tighty whities.
You should have a marker. I have mine. The ship is still here.
Okay, and let me see. Oh, that's cool.
I see your body too.
Oh, damn. Okay, let's form Voltron. I'll be right out there. I'll call up a cutter and we can salvage it. Amy, I will crew with you. But you're sitting your ass in the captain's chair and control the music station only. I see. That's Admiral. That is Admiral. That is Admiral Kusanagi. Oh, Beefcake, stop it. Dude, not just giant spiders and lizards and caves. Very detailed, horrifying, nightmarish spiders, lizards in the cave that invoke nightmares. These visuals that they're using. That's another thing, too. Can we see at some point at CitizenCon creatures? Whether I don't care, they could be in concept, but I would love to see creatures.
Absolutely.
There's a sausage party. That would be awesome to finally see that concept. Starfield, hello. Chris, you've seen Starfield, you've seen creatures. You had creatures a few years back on a sketch board What do they look like? What are we gonna encounter? All we know, there's the boreal stalker, there's the whippet crab, and there's the flying whatever that thing is in Loreville that eats trash that's edible. They add pest control gameplay loop.
Yeah, that flying squid. I guess it looks like a.
Yeah, they said it tastes like lobster or something or shrimp or something. They kind of mentioned that it can you can eat it. It's edible. Real creatures that can kill us. Yes, beefcake. Because the Shion has a certain creature that the Santak Ya was based on. The lore has it is that it was based upon that creature that it will swoop down and attack you. And even to an extent that the Shion was afraid of it for quite a while. Hunting resources, alchemy, medicines, pharmaceuticals. Yep. Make those pirate activities that we will fight against and prevent. And then the pest control game loop. Yep. Bugs, rats. They're already talked about, flocks of birds. Rats will be alien rats that will be in the game, I would imagine, in certain underground facilities, in places on the outskirts.
Oh, sure.
I say again, Chief?
I said for sure.
Yep. BK's like nightmares for sure. Yeah, resources. It's leverage against risk as well. Beefcake.
It's about that bottom line, baby.
How brave are you, or how hard up for UEC you when you need to have it, you're going to take those risks. Okay, the characters, the updates. Well, they said this a while ago. The characters will naturally age. We'll have gray as we age. Wrinkles here, there. But due to medicines and technology, we will still perform and function as a 23-year-old. And we can be like well over 100, 142 years old. We're still functioning as that of a young woman, young man. They mentioned that. Now that could change. They could definitely change that. But I think for the respect of gameplay and people like kill me now, I can't function right. I'd rather die and just start off fresh. So yeah, that makes sense. In the luxury of gameplay, you want to say that the future leverages that and allow us to function, even though we may look more aged in the game. And especially with battle scars, people are gonna relish that. They're gonna love that. They want that to show, and they mentioned that too, where you'll look at a person and you'll see that experience on their person, and you'll truly understand that where you're from, it will kind of highlight that as well. I don't want Final Fantasy anime characters. I just want not look like I'm severely impressed. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. The whammers beef. That actually this animal is like beef, and then it also lays eggs. Like a platypus is like probably one of the rare only mammals that can that lays eggs. Interesting stuff. Some cool science they're applying, but yeah, we got to see this stuff. We're ready. We're excited, but give them leeway to get into things that they need to get into, and we got to have a deeper level of patience.
Absolutely. It just takes time. But those.
Did you read the one that got bugged by
see.
Automod? Okay.
Uh-oh.
We're all clapped. There, didn't get blocked. 07. All right, I got clearance. Headed your way, Chief.
Let's see. I just got crashed.
Oh, you crashed? You 30K?
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
boy.
CTD.
Oh, okay.
Should be able to get back in, though.
Mm-hmm. My question, I think they mentioned that's going to be a part of dynamic where if you get a 30K on the back end, you won't see it. You'll continue in the game and you won't realize that happened. I wonder if that will include crash the desktop as well.
Okay.
All right.
Me at Art Corp.
Oh, you're at our court?
I should have been in my 890.
Oh, no.
It might still be out there.
Yeah, I don't see my
Let's find
marker.
out. It would be in first person, not on the map.
Okay.
Or the star map.
Gotcha. Let's see.
Although it should show up on the star map, but
Yeah, I think it's gone, Chief. I don't see the marker. It's the little red square, correct? I mean the cross hatch, right? Is it still looking?
right? It'll say red X and then the meters distance.
Yeah, nope, it's gone. I think you were the last person to hold that, and I think once I
Well, if the ship despawned, then your body should be inside of the
Oh,
ship.
really? Interesting.
Mm-hmm. But we'll see. Give me just a second. Head to the port.
Okay. Interesting, man. I'm near Bajini Point, so I'm going to see what happens with that. The tech that's working. Fiends. How does that work?
Because we were at Arc L2, right?
Okay, Arc L2. Yeah. Let me head in that direction.
I think.
Yep, you're right.
I think that's where we were.
Spot on. I'll move out to that area. I gotta go back and look at the old tape of what 4.0 was. We know it's going to be the new EVA. Master modes.
Mantling.
Say again, Chief. The what?
The mantling.
Yeah. Yep. And then you're on the ladder. You can turn around and you can fire, shoot while you're on the ladder.
Right.
Maybe the UI, the star map update, that's going to be in there. The new star map. The UI that's on your helmet. I think that's part of 4.0. I could be wrong. But again, I need to go back and look at the tape. What else? The relay system. Finally, the relay system is going to be a part of it. It would be nice if they threw it in Arena Commander and called it the year. You know, that's a means of PTU utilizing it in Arena Commander. That would be cool. But I don't know what they're going to do though. I don't know what else. Yeah, again, I got to go back and look at the tape. What is all in 4.0? I think that's essentially just about everything for the most part.
Hopefully we get Nyx with Pyro, but we'll see. It might just be Pyro. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what that conversation is going to be, Chief. Do they need the? It sounds like to me, they need to go ahead. They'll probably have to put server meshing in place, at least the static, where because at this point we're maxed out. I think that's the whole point. They've maxed out the servers as they are, resources and everything. It's maxed. With them dropping server meshing static, it means that they can separate out the systems, moons, place certain places that that's a fixture in the game. Separate, isolate, put resources specifically to that, and that would also include Pyro. So I think they need static server meshing first. Make sure it's in, locked in, stable, it's working, and then add in Pyro. It's a two-stage process. But then again, they could totally, Citizen Con, they could totally say, wrong. You're getting server meshing or you're getting Pyro. There's a way that you go about. Maybe you log in and there's Pyro. Kind of like Area 18, Lureville, Pyro. Maybe you get one of the planets only, kind of like what they did with Delamar, just to get a sample or a demo due to the fact that they're waiting on the tech. So again, all that means is keep an open mind. Look at this. This is weird. It's PTU, y'all. It's all good. It's all good. It's PTU. It's no telling how they're going to deliver on that. But keep an open mind and know that, they're not done. But I would say that everything 2024 is where the rubber meets the road. This is where they're going to really jump into their development. Both feet in the marsh pit. Both feet are going to be in the marsh pit.
Got to get that server meshing out there.
Yeah, it's needed big time. Okay, I got that visual anomaly. That's not going away. But imagine that it's like, what if we get meteor storms that come out of one direction and they're kind of like coming from one angle and we kind of try to navigate our ship between them or something and it hits the ship and damages it. Nice effect. Dangers of space. Meteor storms. Hopefully that'll be a thing. I would love to see that. That brings in variety to the game. Challenges.
Hopefully your shields are up.
Chief, look, I went to the area. Yeah, your shields. Maybe, like you said, Chief, like let's say, man, I just love talking with you about this, man. When you said your shield, hopefully your shields are up. Segue to whether you're in a single-seated ship, you have the pipeline. You're in an area, the environment is a certain way, and that could be meteor storms, but also it could be those solar flares, right? That sparks up in Pyro. You have to have your shields at maximum. Or basically you allocate a lot of power to your shields to mitigate damage to your ship. But then when you dogfight, can you imagine what could happen when you go into a dogfighting scenario in Pyro? And everybody, it's kind of funny where I've seen a movie where, people are engaging, they're fighting, and they say, wait, or they're out of breath and say 1 minute, and then they get back into it. I think that's the analogy with, we're talking about the solar flares that happen, that people will have There'll be dogfighting, and then they know the flare is about to happen. When you get something in the UI or bitching Betty says danger, solar flare enacting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then everybody go back to high shield allocation power, and then it dissipates. Then you come back down to SEM, space combat maneuverability, and you get back to fighting. Or that person will go and hide behind a asteroid when that happens. Part of strategy. So let's say you're being chased, and that flare is about to spark up. You go hide behind a asteroid, or you duck behind an asteroid and keep your power the way it is, your SEM, and just fire on the enemy. And let's say they're exposed to the radiation on the flare, so you get the flare will actually help you win the battle, because they're getting inflicted by the radiation of the ship. It hurts the shields, and because they're coming after you and they're not powering up their shields, and you fire upon them. It's so many layers, man, potential of what they can do. But
absolutely,
man,
that sounds like an intense moment.
Adrenal effect.
Yes, sir.
That's adrenaline moment right there. Especially if you got NPCs coming after you, and you can kind of a little bit script that out and let that play out, and that happens, and you use that as a means of a strategy to your advantage. Now with actual players, they're thinking on the same lines as you do, or their skill sets are offset to yours, and the outcomes will kind of be weighed out in that situations. So again, it's great gameplay. Win or lose, it's a learning moment for everybody. It never gets old, man. It never gets old. Oh, Chief, like you said, you spawned the ship back again, and it's in the ship. What we're seeing is...
This is Pez working in action. So if you were to disconnect, and if it doesn't put you back on the ship, then hopefully you remember the previous location. If you go back to that location, the ship should be there, waiting on you to take it home.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you. Well said.
Pez working in action.
Well said. Give credit where credit is due. That's amazing. That's
Yes,
tech being realized right there. That's hellified tech right there.
Hard work.
Yeah.
Blood, sweat, and tears.
Yep. There you go, CIG.
You could see it on Benoit's face. I tell you.
Oh God. Oh God. everybody high fiving. Everybody high fiving right now. Oh God, I gotta get this over to Chris. Chris is like, that's why we make this effing game. Chris is like, this is why we do this. Day in, day out.
That's right.
This is why we do this. Chris, I only do impressions of you because we love you, man. So don't take it to heart.
Should be able to land that cutter inside.
Okay, let's try it. Yep. Appreciate it, Chris. Okay, let me go this route. Is the I got this freaking meteor storm.
Let me see. Let me get in the pilot seat. For some reason, the door or the hangar doors look closed.
Man, I am not gonna. I'm only gonna wait for confirmation, Chief. Let me see if the floodlights is working on this ship. Let me see. If I turn on the lights, it'll kind of reveal what's going on. Okay, yeah, it's closed. The light did work.
Okay.
Yeah, it's closed. That's weird. I got visual anomalies.
Like
CIG, did you see this? You see what it did? PTU, baby. It's all about testing. There we go. Yep, visual confirmation that it is closed, Chief.
All right. Interesting. Let me hit the open doors button again.
07. Functionality, even though it
Okay.
respawned, you don't have full functionality back yet.
Close exterior. Open exterior.
Okay.
Interesting. Even the side doors aren't opening.
Gotcha. So you're trapped. Essentially, you're basically trapped inside the ship.
No, it's
Okay.
it's just the hangar doors. I probably need to get them repaired. Oh,
Okay.
Wait, what's that?
Oh,
You see that?
it opened. Wait a minute. Is that the vulture? Oh, there's the vulture. Next. Holy crap! There's the vulture. Pez is working very well. All right, I'm attempting to land, Chief. Oh, we're getting UI as well. I need to turn that light back on so I can see. For some reason, light is not. Okay, is the door open or closed, Chief? Can you get visual?
I think the hangar is up. So you're. Let me see. Let me tilt back up just a little bit.
Yep. Let me.
And I'm gonna.
It's
tilt
closed.
This way so you can
Yep,
see the
it's
pad.
closed.
There
I
you go.
see it now. It's showing closed.
Well, no, that's the pad.
Okay, so I
You
can land right on the
there.
pad.
Yeah, I sent it up.
Okay, nice. Oh, this is perfect, man. Oh, look at that. Immersion. One second. Let me tuck my butt here. So when it descends, nothing's going to bump or scrape. All right, Chief. I'm good, man.
All right.
Nice. Nice visual.
Hopefully, it should bring you down here in a second.
Okay. Do I need to get out of the ship in
Must be
EVA?
You could do that.
Oh, let me.
Yep.
Okay, let me turn her off. Okay, she's off. And I'll get up.
We got a bit of desync here.
Yeah. Come on, server meshing.
I tell you what.
I got my tighty whities on.
All right.
Uh-oh. Okay. So
You get off the gravity well.
okay, so staying on the platform, or where do I go, Chief? Docking
You
collar.
want to head behind the helm.
Yeah, I see docking
Yeah,
collar.
exactly.
Yep, I love that. It's
Exactly.
showing. Is that an update, or it's always been the case? I guess it's been there for a while.
Yeah, I think that's been the case.
Yeah, but I haven't interacted with 890s a lot. Only in like those mission givers.
Hmm.
Nice. That was a smooth transition. Usually he would warp, tumble, fall to the ground. That was so smooth.
Yep. As long as your feet are aligned with the floor, it should.
It was
You know.
perfect, Chief. All right, I'm headed your way. Oh my gosh. Okay, you're on the lower deck here.
I'm
No,
coming
you're
to get you.
okay. Let me come back. Let me go out. I was by the pool. Do I need to come up the steps?
Go underneath the steps.
Okay.
Yeah.
The double doors.
You go in that door in the middle. Yeah.
Yep, I was just there. And it's like the pool area.
You gotta you pass the elevator.
Oh damn. Go to the elevator. Oh, there he is. '07 Chief. If you were a pirate, I would have been shot. Pop. Fish in the barrel. Chief, the frames are so smooth. This is ridiculous, man. No stuttering.
I'm getting like 200 right now.
Are you
see
kidding
your
me,
body out
man?
there?
Let me see. Go to first person. There's desync. I don't see it. What do I have to do to interact with it?
It might
is this my body? The naked body? That's me?
No.
It's
there
invisible.
Should be another body. Okay, it might
desync.
be a little desyncy.
Yeah. Let me see if I can
shift just a little bit.
Yeah, I was gonna say if I can interact with it to bring it up in the inventory or something.
I should have pulled your stuff off when I saw it.
Oh, all good. Yeah, it'll make a container. Are you able to interact with it and pull it off still?
I don't see the body. I only see mine.
Okay. Yeah,
which is off to the side there, which doesn't make sense because it should have been in the middle.
Yeah, I see the marker. I'm literally like 9 meters away from it. I'm basically almost standing right over top of it. I wonder what will allow me to interact with it. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Too heavy. Okay, that was the other container. No interaction. Cannot interact. Oh, let me try the tractor beam. Oh, I don't have a tractor. I got my tidy whities.
Okay. Oh, one second. Open doors. No. I'm thinking your body is underneath the platform somehow. And the only way to get is to get that platform to go up.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see it rising up.
All right, get off.
Oh shit! Oh, stop it, Chief! Stop it! I'm gonna go prone. Stop it! Damn it! Stop it! Oh shit! I need a resuscitation.
Oh my god!
That was one of those Batman death traps. Joker got him.
Oh my
Adam West.
That's gracious.
Oh my gosh! I say, wait a minute. Is the ceiling supposed to open? What's going on?
Yeah.
That's one of those evil
broken.
genius death traps going on. Okay, if you have a revival, something revive me. I have if you can revive me, I'm incapacitated.
Yeah, I can put you on the med bed.
Nice. You know what? Speaking of medical again, one thing that could really sell as an item, maybe a chest piece, a medical chest piece, maybe like a what you call an AED that will either send a shock or automatically or a dose of adrenaline to you that will give you 30 seconds to stand up, and then you can utilize a med pen and inject it to yourself. If you're not killed, if you're incapacitated, and you're wearing or you have that tool on your person, and say you're oh, I just saw my body, Chief. I did see my my armor now. Yep. Now I'm in sync with the ship. I'm a part of the ship now.
It was underneath the hangar bay.
Oh, nice. This is cool, man. The way I'm floating is really cool. It looks cool. because you're going to have single players out there. This kind of fits the narrative for people, even though in an MMO, and CIG wants to capture all backers and all gameplay aspects, meaning MMO, multiplayer, and single player. They want to translate that experience across all disciplines because it's CIG, it's Star Citizen. A device such of that nature will allow people to play out single player gameplay. And that will capture and that will bring in that that demographic who, I've heard this a lot. People say, hey, I want to play the game, but I like to go in as a single person, a bounty hunter or whatever, and discover on my own things. So that piece of equipment will allow them to not be hindered or handicapped to say, oh, sucks for you, And if you want to put a money sink to it, kind of like what you utilize with some of the mining modules, maybe there's 10 uses out of it, or 3 uses or 4 uses out of it. And then the battery's dead. You got to discard it. You have to purchase another one. Just saying.
Right. Makes sense to me.
Yeah. Especially if you're a single player in a multiplayer environment. People want that self-discovery and exploration. There's something about that that CIG will scratch that itch, and they're not handicapped due to the fact that they don't want to be a part of an org. They don't want to multi-crew, or at that moment they're not able to multi-crew. Maybe their compadres are out doing other things, real IRL in real life. They have other things to take care of, and it's just, unfortunately, you're by yourself. Put that medical torso, that chest plate on, the AED, that will allow you to resuscitate yourself. Moments like this.
Yes, sir. For some reason, I guess the animation has been taken out, but it's supposed to pick you up and then place you in the bed. But
Gotcha.
Luckily, you have a
Yes,
med gun on.
I come equipped, sir.
You got a pretty bad leg injury there.
Oh, damn. Okay, let me get on the lie down. All right, Chief. 07.
And set your
Let's
med
make it
bed
happen, Captain.
while you're at it.
Yes, sir. Okay, welcome back. You have been regenerated following the expiration of your previous body. You're making this a bad habit. No pun intended, bad habit. No pun intended. Okay, let's diagnose this thing. Oh, damn, it is very bad. Let's see. Moderate right leg, perform treatment. The Mexitrin, symptoms relieved, muscle fatigue. Roxafen, symptoms relieved, impaired mobility. Okay, let's see. Let's get some medication going. Roxafen. Or we can auto med. Well, let's see, how much can I take? Let's administer those.
You're trying to.
Yeah, I'm going by specific medications. And the Mexitrin. Let me see. Administer those drugs. Oh.
And then should be able to treat the leg and fix the.
Yeah. Oh, I'm just going through the immersion, Chief. I'm cosplaying it. Treatment successful.
Oh yeah. I mean,
no injuries.
in the future, you would think that you would administer the numbing medicine and then actually do the surgery or whatever.
Yes. Oh gosh, when is that updated? Okay, Chief, I'm walking my way back to you. Dude, I'm loving these frames, man. It is so freaking smooth. And there he is. A moment of silence. All right, Kimmy. I'm taking everything you got. Sorry about that. No disrespect,
Next
bro.
to Jen.
Yes.
It's about that bottom line, baby.
No disrespect. Looting. Oh my gosh, this is wonderful, man. Look at that. Ah,
Easy peasy.
nice and easy.
Lemon squeezy.
Yes, sir. All right. Oh, wait a minute. What happened to my backpack? Let's see.
Oh, it should
Did
be
I
on
miss
there.
that?
Oh,
Yeah,
maybe
it's
not.
visually it's not showing. Let's see. Is it on the jump? Let's see. Armor.
Okay. Let me
What
look
happened
down here
there?
and see if I see anything. It might be out in the space where the vulture is.
Okay, it probably fell through.
And, you know, during the explosion, it might have blowed off your back.
Yeah, it was in the inventory at one point. Chat, correct me if I'm
Oh,
wrong.
so you saw it.
Yeah, I put it
Oh,
on,
well, damn it.
and then it just disappeared. That's weird. Let's see, armor, or maybe is it on my personal? Let's see, armor. Nope,
No.
that's
Yeah,
odd.
it should be at the top, above core.
Mm-hmm.
But
Okay, let me see if I. Let me go ahead and put them in my. Okay, look. Wait a minute. What did I do here? Look, you see that, Chief? You see what I did? I
you
took it
found a
off.
bug.
Yeah, I found the bug. CIG.
It was hidden inside the core somehow.
Yeah, it was kind of weird how it. Yeah, it went. It went inside the core, embedded itself, and disappeared. Okay, see, it's inside the core again. But yeah, it states that the backpack is there. How odd.
Interesting.
Yes.
Good footage
Yep.
for them to look at.
CIG, you have footage. You have proof now.
And you got the QR code up there and everything. So
Yes, sir. How do I
They've got
make
all-
sure they
they've
get it,
got all
Chief?
it-
What do I do? Let them know.
you
What-
could just make a clip and
Okay.
then file a IC report, and somebody should take a look at it.
Can someone clip that real quick and send it? Or whisper it to me? 07? Admiral? Coffee? Yeah, because that was a... Yeah, because it's just showing a backpack right here.
That was bizarre.
Yes.
Mhm. It's like it's going invisible once you put it on that core for some reason. I don't know if it's specific to that core, but it was working fine
Yeah.
beforehand.
The core is storing my
So
backpack.
When you died, the core is storing it for some reason.
Okay, let me put it on the here's a workaround possibly. I'm going to bring it over to the 890. So now it's in the container of the object container of the 890 jump. So logic says now it's a part of the 890 jump. It's in sync now, right? So the logic would be I pull the core over as a workaround, and then I bring in the backpack, and voila. Chief, that was a workaround. Look,
It
the
fixed
object
it.
container.
Oh,
See, the concept
I
is
see.
there. The object container put everything back in sync. Now it took ownership of it and says it's valid because you're on the 890 jump. It's at a hierarchy. So for some reason, it unstowed and it was somewhere in limbo. So when I brought it back over to the 890 jump, it understood the hierarchy where it was. It was stowed into that, and then it validated. It's there now. It physicalized it. Now I pulled it from that. Yes. Wow.
Resynchronized essentially.
It's in the bump with this beefcake. I'm not.
Yeah.
Please be careful. Please be careful. That is only in jest what you just said. Yes. Holy smokes. Could someone clip that, please, and send it?
Easy peasy.
Nice and easy. Lemon squeezy, yeah. Chief, I gotta. Oh, damn! I knocked my earphones. Chief, I think I gotta call it. It's time for supper. But here's the other thing, Chief.
Sounds good to me.
Everyone, 5 hours, 47 minutes. Knock on wood, CIG. Knock on wood. No 30K. Crash the desktop. Chief was able to summon his ship, and all the entities that were saved is back there. Look at the cargo units in the 890 jump. It's still there. Look, Chief, the ones that we did work on, it's still there. As Chief stated earlier, persistent entity streaming is a realization. As Chief stated, blood, sweat, and a floodgate of tears.
Yes, sir.
Whew.
Indeed.
Floodgate of tears. A Nile river of tears. There it is. Fruits of their labor, right there. It's shown. Scam? Nah. Hard work, a lot of patience. Yeah. It feeds the false narrative that it is a scam. Chief is a prankster because he pulled that damn platform down, and it scared the hell out of me. Brother, Chief, it was always a pleasure, man. It is great to have your company. Everyone in chat, it's why we play this game. It's you all. You make this happen.
Let's make it happen, Captain.
Yes, sir.
This was a great stream, man. This was a great stream. 07 to Space Tomato. Dude is he's a narrative beast. Great ambassador of the game. His passion is unheralded. He kills it with the content, and he's a solo kind of dude. And he is tearing it up, man. Much respect to that brother. 07. Beefcake, congrats. You made a great choice. I look forward to getting with you, and we're chopping it up over PC specs and things that will keep your system running optimal. I'm looking forward to that. Twix, Skyhawk, everyone. Coffee Gaming, another great ambassador of the game. Admiral Kusanagi, a community. A community baron. I'm going to say that, a community baron, and I put emphasis on salt. Baron of the game. He's around when you need him. He's around when there's a word that needs to be said. He has passion for the game. He's like your friendly neighborhood. He can be a pest. He can be a menace. But no, he's a baron in the sense of he's up there on that level with the community of Star Citizen. His passion is unheralded. Chief Keys, what can I say, man? Chief Theory. that's his nickname, Chief Theory. The boombox of gameplay. The pulse of this game. Everyone, thank you. Thank you for stopping in, hanging out. We're gonna do this again soon. It could be tomorrow because we have a weekend. But this was a great and fun stream, a great conversation. As some people say, chill. We get some supper, y'all. I'm gonna get some supper.
Yes, sir.
What do I
Oh, sir.
send a raid out there, or what do I do, man?
Up to you.
Anybody
I
out
don't
there?
know who's streaming.
Gotta make sure it's Star Citizen. Let's see here. Oh, let's see. There's okay. I see Astro Pub out there. Let's see. Another great ambassador of the game. You're like, what the hell? Who are you? I'm gonna pay it forward. All right, everyone, you are ready. The raid has been created. We're gonna head over to Mr. Astro Pub 07s. Tell him Kimmy sent you. We're gonna head over that way and see what's happening. And again, great ambassador of the game. Everyone, 07, all the best. And we can't wait to see this CitizenCon thing, man. It's gonna happen. All right, everyone, all the best. 07.
Hey, man, good stream.
Thank you, Rich. You as well. We got to get together, man. We got to get
Dude,
together.
they're all here on Monday, man. All the shit.